Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something in back check, kind of like cross-reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
You say you look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's right. What really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENT DEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. You know, like, share, and subscribe. Going. Hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now
And now, another major production.
I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Forget the $1 million mission. Sometimes I just want to go fishing instead of physically grinding in the trenches. Finding me using my knowledge, intuition. Chaka not talking while he's so distant. Chaka be talking but they don't listen. He's sitting, his brain pumping like a piston. I've been chasing the twilight, now I've been bitten. The city's in my sights as if I was a pigeon. Your role is cast, your dialogue is written, it's past control. You're like a Sims minion, what to do now but roam around in and out of buildings. Seemingly living, touching ceilings, but there's no feeling. Willing and dealing, but really there's no winning. I'm sinning and sinning, so what I'm defending stuff's like prison, stuck in the life out of rivers. I'm about to tell you what the real is. Deep down inside, you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings. Pay close attention to your feelings. I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Hurry, honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. They say they do it for the money and the power. I'm just trying to get some peace in the shower. Protect what's mine without being a coward. Watch loved ones take time to breathe in the flowers. I've seen these G's get knee deep in powder because he needs to succeed in ours. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Fuck your lifestyle, it's weak and it's sour. Watch I come through and do like I do. Watch he come through and lose like he do. I'm a Hebrew, he just evil. We both hate people and church steeples. One thing certain, demons lurking. They be stressing, we be surfing. She be twerking and it look like it's hurting. I be perping, close the curtain.
They give you lithium to get rid of that shit?
I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings, Pay close attention to your feelings, I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings, Pay close attention to your feelings, I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some crickets. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business. Yeah, you boys think you real. What is real? Whatever it is, it's not you. For real. You know what I'm saying? KCE, we coming. It's the takeover, bitch. Y'all ain't ready. This is some whole new shit. For real.
One, two, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. A mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. It's time to check the mic and best to bet. I'm about to wreck it to the leather. Jealous people hate but don't debate. Just check my measures. Electric by design. I even shine in stormy weather. Attempt to meddle and tether this mental treasure, and you find yourself embedded in the chasm in the desert. Thirsting for hydration, no libation, empty kettle. Take it to another level, add the bullet in the shovel. Got you on the bubble, double trouble. See you stumbled, and it's about to get repugnant like a kitten in the rumble. Quick to fluff and tumble, best be humble when we come through, cause I have you stiffing under. Mama wonder where you went to.
1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. What you gon' do? It's the KCE crew. We making you look like Fu Manchu. Proper grasshopper who with the kung fu. Cut and slice nice like Benny Hanna do. Take quick bites like the tip of a piranha tooth. Go ahead and steal my mic, watch it blow up right in front of you. We coming to give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Give you something good like some Beetlejuice. Who do you think you are? You ain't gonna get real far. Driving your shifty car, following Diddy farts. I'ma be a Twitter star. I'ma be a Twitter star. Keep dreaming about how big you are, cause we about to pick apart everything that's in your heart. Control and leave you torn to shards. Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon Bonaparte. Selling junk like San Francisco. Wax on, wax off Danielson. Selling junk like San Francisco.
1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. I'm tripping cause my mind's gone from always seeing tragedies. Can't close my eyes cause it's around me, I just call it reality. Can't paint no perfect picture like an artist they can't sell. Is what they try to instill in me, but my pockets seem to swell. Doing it like them ghetto boys did it back in those days. And we been jamming Pippin Bun, long live UGK. And before Eminem, we had Bill and Gangsta Nip. But we don't trip unless we on the plane taking a trip. And these suckers trying to contest us, but they find out we ain't no busters. We much more than screw, we keep it gutter. Mic check 1, 2, y'all cannot touch us. We don't be causing no problem, son. Coming at me like Daniel, son. You would be defeated, wax on, wax off, out to the righteous one.
1, 2, 1, 2. That's mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. You already know. Yeah. 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Dude, I could blink my eyes and provide an entire fountain of sound effects pounding directly on your neck, having flashbacks of the tragic act back when the boom bap was replaced with pop rap or hip hop or whatever you call that. We need a lockbox or something to keep this weak pox from spreading. I'm heading outside of the outsiders, opening your mind wide. The silly rabbits are at it again, but they can't hide us. Sit tight, Mr. Hip Hop. We'll find your daughter. Ought to be easy. She emits a homing frequency. We picked it up back in '98, and we're actually surprised that it took us so long to triangulate her exact location. But congratulations, check it out. We about to get her right now. We already found the captors, trapped them and slapped them around. And burn the hideout to the ground.
Yeah, a 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Let's make it hot. A 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2.
Yo, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
Look,
now.
I'm sipping Bacardi, visualizing on the farm Ferrari.
Catch a buzz from the life that we store in the party.
My swag immaculate, kicking this rap shit till I'm 40.
It's like electricity, just float the
being easy with breezes and winding down and out, baby, I'm sorry.
Switch the game, change it up, falling off now hard.
Picture me rolling Maserati with some hoes in the back.
Switching lanes, taking pictures with a bitch in my lap.
Clap your hands, everybody, if you feel this shit.
KC,
bingo,
on the mic,
and that's it.
Take a trip down south that we call the Abyss.
I'm most curious about my silver Air Force.
And we receiving major paper from multiple sources.
Of course, it's the bosses that handle the business.
Spice the game a little bit, cause the flavor diminished.
Like Kane and Old Dog, we society's menace.
Yeah.
1 2 3 into the 4.
KC,
bingo, knocking at your door. Yeah, here it is again. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
Well, I'm riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can feel.
You the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now. Attack the track like a lion, cause I'm so ferocious. When the wind blow, I fly, cause my image on posters. It be wise to decide to not try to approach us. Get burnt like bread when it's stuck in the toaster. And you hoes like clothes, I told you I fold you. In the mornings I have Folgers with my doja. I suppose it's time to smell the roses. Clear my mind, check the snakes is close.
And peep my status, but stamina, swagging on niggas just amateurs. Style stay funkin' and cannabis. It's scandalous the way these bitches try to handle us. It's city ball swords in my Polaroid camera. I want my niggas on the propaganda. Welcome to this extravaganza. Hennessy, sipping weed, smoking enhancer. Even though we know that way to go is not the answer, I won't chance the opportunity to blow this shit. Take a shot at the target and I'm not gon' miss. Kick it, flip it, split and rip these rap niggas to bits. Let's go, KC, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? I'm riding around town bumping shit that can
bingo, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something
KC,
now.
you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
What? Riding around town bumping shit that can
bingo, you the shit this year.
Yeah, I'm the shit this year.
And we gon' keep it moving, grooving, give you something now.
Like that. I like that, y'all. Like that. Like that. Like that, y'all. Like
hit it with the whip of all back, y'all.
Like that, y'all. Like that, y'all.
Here it is. KC,
Can y'all hear me? Shit. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist. And don't take our word for it. Look that shit up, please. Here I come, 1 second. A little bit behind, but we're getting there. That should look better to y'all. A little bit. Yeah, be brilliant. Hopefully y'all can see that. I'd love to be a motivation for y'all. They think y'all stupid. They think y'all can't do nothing. I disagree. I think you guys are brilliant. So, if you're listening to me, you're brilliant. Because it's Saturday night and you could be getting drunk and doing drugs. Well, you could do that and watch the show at the same time. But you know what I mean. Going to the club and hanging out and shooting people and robbing people and stuff. You could be doing that. But instead, you're here. So that means you're brilliant. So you made a good decision tonight. To not indulge in too much debauchery. What's up, Doc? He's like, yeah, I'm into the debauchery. I don't think many people would consider Bud Light as really all that bad. Like it's not even a full beer, so it's a light beer. Elliot, I can't connect your device. Maybe your it says device not collected. Maybe your what is it? Battery power is not there, because sometimes that's what it is. The if your battery is low on your device, it'll do that. He says debauchery. Well, I'm gonna involve in a little bit of debauchery. I'm definitely gonna do a little bit of things that are wrong tonight. Today's the name of the show? The name of the show today is Reap What You Sow. He says Doc Botchery. Okay, I see. What's I gonna say? The name of the show tonight is Reap What You Sow. So I kind of wanted to, we touched a bit on and the subtitle is Happy New Year. So we touched on this a bit last night about like what Easter really is and what it really represents. But I kind of want to talk about that a bit more. I hope Pat shows up. So, I haven't sent out my text that I normally send out. Give me a second, y'all. I'm a little bit off. Let me send this text. Yeah, so Easter, Good Friday, Happy Easter. Ramadan is going on, so the Catholics, the Muslims, it's holiday season for all of them. And for the regular folks who, just don't really care one way or the other, but they celebrate Easter. So, but Easter is supposed to be religious. But it's funny, though, before Christianity and before Islam, people were already celebrating Easter. So that's the thing about that. And then it has to do with the, the changing of the seasons. That's really what it is. And that's what I mean by Happy New Year, because it's the springtime. He says, I told the table Happy Zombie Jesus Day, and they almost died laughing. Great tip, too. That could have went both ways, Doc. Damn it. What happened with my screen? My screen just did something crazy. Y'all can still hear me, right? Yeah, that could have went either way, bro. That could have went either way. Yeah, he says, got to read the table. Yeah. Freaking, that's what it is. I mean, Happy Zombie Jesus Day. He died. I don't want to offend nobody. But I mean, like in real life, when have you ever seen an example of something dying and literally coming back to life? You know, I don't think that's how nature works. You know, and God is nature. Nature is God. The universe is nature. So yeah, life does live forever, but it's by regenerating itself. It's not by coming back, like, what is it? Reanimating itself. If something was reanimated, then you're gonna have a problem with that. You're gonna run away. You're gonna run away. You're gonna be like, you're supposed to be dead. You know what I find weird though? I find weird that people are so afraid of like dead bodies or like, I don't know, skeletons and stuff like that. Because it never really made sense to me. Now, zombies make sense to me because, like, okay, it's dead, but it's walking around and it could bite you and eat you and scratch you and make you sick and shit. So, but a dead body, a skeleton, something like that, I don't see how that's scary. Now, but unless it's just reminding you of your own mortality and it's just showing that you're afraid of dying. It's reminding you that one day that's going to come to you. Doc says, to date, there's only one species that has been called biologically immortal, the jellyfish, Torripsis dorni. These small transparent animals hang out in oceans around the world and can turn back time by reverting to an earlier stage of their life cycle. Yeah, I've heard about that. But that's still not, that's not coming back to life. It would be cool if we could go back to an earlier stage of our life cycle, right? Our life cycle is kind of weird, though, from other animals. Like, I want to say we're like the only creature that's born like completely helpless. Like, maybe there's a couple more that's completely helpless, but I don't know. To the extremity of us. I don't know that there's many other animals that are born completely helpless. Like if it wasn't somebody there to feed us and take care of us and keep us warm and so forth and so on, we wouldn't make it. And a lot of other animals aren't necessarily like that. Like, like the herd animals, as soon as they're born, they got to start running. Like within a minute or two, they need to know how to run. And if not, then they're going to be lunch. But humans, we are evolved to be like a gradual, and that's another reason why we're learning our whole life. Like we learn everything. We're like a blank slate when we're born, and we don't know shit. But see, a lot of animals, they're born with all the stuff they need to know. Well, not all the stuff. I mean, they'll get taught some stuff by their parents or siblings or whatever, but for the most part, they're born with everything they need. But for us, we have to literally go 15, 18, 21 years before we even capable to even really function in society. It literally takes us that long. Our brain's still developing. We're still developing physically. He says, I'd be happy just to turn back time to when my freaking knees didn't hurt. Yeah. My sister was talking about her back, or she was talking about her knees. I think she was talking about her knees too. And I talked to her recently. And it's just what I say about that, whenever people say that, if it wasn't just as a result of like surgeries and stuff, then you should walk more and drink more water and walk more. And that'll make your knees hurt less with time. But I'm harsh, and people get mad at me for saying stuff like that. But I'm here to help. I care. I love you guys. So if you're having a hard time walking, that means you should walk more. That's my take on it. Okay, Elliot, we got you down.
Yes, sir.
I need to fix my damn green screen, bruh.
No, I had to figure it out because I'm like, well, I mean, I'm going through my phone and I'm using a Bluetooth headset. I want a connected headset because when you're talking through the mic, the radio, you want a direct connection.
Yeah, or you get that lag.
Right. And it's been better since some cheap ass headphones that I got. So I'm thankful for that.
I want to talk about Easter a bit. Okay, here's a little bit right here. I'm gonna play this while I try to get my shit together, y'all. I want to reboot and get my screen back. Hopefully this will play most of the time while I'm trying to do this.
From part 1 to part 7 of Bear Coon, but in a beautiful conversation. Oh, y'all don't know. We're just getting started. And oh my God, it's so powerful. When you brought Tracy Sherrod in a minute, I hope you talk some more about that. She, of course, major figure, major person of African descent in the world of social structure publishing, white face and publishing. She, with the Gregory family, chiefly, Christian Gregory, Dick Gregory's son, who handles a lot of the business, they've been bringing Dick Gregory's books back into print. And one of the ones that they did, the one that was published just as he made transition, was an original book on Black history. And I helped prep him for that book. We met, we would talk for hours. He's revving up his engines. And he talked about this a lot. He talked to me about it all the time. And then he writes about this, of course, including in this last book that Tracy made sure got into print. In fact, it came out just as he was making transition. He talks about the conversations he would have with John Lennon around that very question. So imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. In other words, if you imagine that there's nothing after this, then you have to make this that place. That's the premise of John Lennon's song and the conversation he and Dick Gregory had about it. That Dick Gregory said led to the song. Imagine. It's imagine. It's very simple.
I keep saying, we need to build the place that we want to see. Everyone's waiting for somebody to come and rescue. Even, Jesus coming in on a cloud, we're waiting for him to come back to do what exactly? Like, that's our responsibility. And if you really about that Christian life, or you really about that faithful life, then the responsibility is on you to manifest that on earth, right? To manifest all of those principles that you say, if you ever read the Bible, and not just let somebody give you some scriptures that may not even be in the Bible. That's your responsibility, right? Y'all got these "What would Jesus do" bracelets, and there ain't nobody doing anything that he would do.
Nope.
It's like, what's the point? What's the point? Whole ass war is being fought around these notions that people aren't even committed to, really. So
that's right. Well, I mean, if we would just simply, you don't have to ask what would Jesus do. If you accept the Jesus Christ of the New Testament, whose authority is established through genealogy at the beginning, all those begats. If you accept that, not only, you can accept it either as faith, you could even accept it as fact. If you do, then just read. It's pretty simple. I mean, here's a guy who, shout out to Shovelmouth Greg Abbott, who is sending people from Texas to DC. Shout out to the hillbillies in Tennessee state legislature, including the Republican state senator, who compared the people who don't have a place to sleep at night, and they've outlawed it now. You can't sleep in Tennessee public parks. They'll find you or lock you up or both. And he said, well, Hitler was homeless for a while and he turned out to do great things. I'm like, boy, I love these hillbillies. I love the white nationalists because you're going to break it. And you dropped all pretense now. And now we see your naked ass face. And now we can decide which side are you on. It's really very simple. But shout out to all you who would treat the people who don't have a place to sleep at night, a permanent place, who would treat them with contempt and then go to your funky ass church. Yeah, I said it. You mad? Don't get mad, Twan. Don't get mad. Go read your book. Did Jesus own a house? In fact, sometimes I would speak at churches and I'd be like, man, this is a nice facility. Now, if Jesus Christ showed up here and said, can I spend the night? Would y'all let him? And if he said, well, hold on now.
Probably not.
You got my name on the door. This is my house, right? You keep saying it's my house. Church of Christ. Can I come in here? In order, nope. He didn't have a place to sleep.
Nope.
The man is... This is the season of Easter, right? Palm Sunday, Easter. What do you say? He was buried in a rented tomb, right? I'm not gonna get into that. This is your faith, right? But if it's your faith, read the book. Here's a guy who the government decided was an enemy of the state. It's very simple. It's not a matter of opinion. It's at least in terms of the book. If we're accepting the book as the framework, the Bible, the New Testament, any of the testaments, then this is a guy who the state attacked, not because he's sabotaging lines like Nelson Mandela was doing and Umkhonto Wesley's and blowing up power plants and stuff. No, he wasn't engaged in guerrilla warfare. He just ran telling people, everybody feed the homeless, feed the hungry, clothe the naked. Sermon on the Mount. Y'all know. Y'all read that stuff, right? And so the state is like, this guy got to go. This is a problem. Oh, he's a communist or whatever. Anyway, they didn't have communism then, but then again, maybe they did. I don't know. Anyway, point is this: he got to go. So what do? Well, some things you allow to play out naturally, because even within his own community, you got them Negroes who you've already recruited to believe that, we just have to turn within and improve ourselves, and then they've gotten a little status in the community. Petty bourgeois Negroes, they already don't like him, because he's drawing away these people who they prey on in order to maintain their status. I can hear E. Franklin Frazier in the Ancestral Realm chuckling at this metaphor from his 1957 book, Black Bourgeoisie. These are the Negroes who, the ones Carter Woodson was talking about. Y'all Christians, well, y'all praying on black men. So you got them Pharisees and Sadducees, all them people y'all was reading about in that book. So you let that kind of play out. These are the Negroes who shrank away from Martin Luther King. Right, when he came out against the war of Vietnam, he started talking about militarism and materialism being problems that have to be, and racism.
That's when they killed him.
Who we spent a month reading Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community, where Martin Luther King, nobody escapes his critical analysis, beginning with himself. The white liberals, but not just the white liberals, the black bourgeoisie. He's a member of that class. And these are the people who, when you read the recent book on Martin Luther King, where it begins with, which I've talked about a couple of times, Andrew Douglas, and I forget the other dude's name, the co-author right now. I'd have to go and look for it over there. Where King is arguing with his staff, and Andy Young gets ready to say something. He said, I don't want to hear from you today, Andy. You're a capitalist. You know what I'm saying? So these are so some of this stuff you let kind of percolate. If you're against Jesus, you just let the internal class divisions, and then you say, okay, this ain't moving fast enough. So that's when you go get, you the feds, Rome. So you go buy some informants. Judas, my man, how much? Jared Loggins. Thank you, God. Yeah, Jared A. Loggins, yes. Loggins and Douglas, yes. So when you get Judas on the payroll, he loved money more than his bull. So that's cool. Judas is good, but then Judas gets the money for betraying him. Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is Jesus, hold him fast. So he does that, and he can't live with himself because he realized the money is not enough. I know what I did. And then you take him, you put him on a sham trial, the criminal justice system, and then you got the people deadened by cancel culture and social media or whatever that was of the day, and they pick Barabbas over Jesus to let go. And Pontius Pilate is like, yeah, man, I'm just, I'm just a bureaucrat. You know, you people crazy, and I'm washing my hands of this. All right, you know, that's the judiciary. Don't do that to us, Kataji. I mean, well, then again, who is we? But the whole point is that, and Jesus gets killed. He's executed by the state. Voila. We've seen that show a million times. So what would Jesus do? You know damn well what would Jesus do. That's why you don't do it.
Because they would kill you.
As Aubrey Hendricks, my friend Aubrey Hendricks always says, people say they Christians, but it's not Christianity, it's churchianity. You took the piety, you took the words, you took the Mother May I approach to religion instead of the actual lived tradition of Christ. And you know, you kind of feel good about yourself, because really why you got into it in the first place is you don't want to die, which brings me back to Howard Thurman. You say you can do whatever the hell you want. You're deathbed. You just get that last gasp, but like, you're in, ding, ding, ding. And that's why Howard Thurman, in another Easter sermon he gives, he calls it the glad surprise. This is that we go into the burnt ear tips and the Easter eggs and everything else, right? Easter is the season, the equinox, the return of life.
Let me pause right there, because that's all it is right there. Not to be offensive to anybody, and we could celebrate Easter. It's perfectly fine, I think. Some people turn away from it once they learn about things. That's because they were taught that this was paganism, and it's like you're supposed to turn away from paganism. You know what I'm saying? Everything pagan is evil, right? So that's where people like, and a lot of people, when they learn that, they're like, oh, well, you know, I don't know that I should be celebrating this. But I think that, you know, we've been celebrating these types of things for a long time, long before these religions even came about. It's not that it was devil worshiping or paganism. It was more about, you know, like we say all the time on this show, I think that a lot of the ancients were smarter than we are today. We don't realize, like I said in this caption, Happy New Year, because the new year doesn't start in the middle of winter. Like, that doesn't make any sense on any metric that you can come up with. Now you can, I guess, you know, a cycle goes in a circle, so you can choose where the start point is at any point, I guess. And I'm sure that's perfectly fine, because the math is still going to come out right. But, you know, with the birth of the sun, you know what I'm saying? God's holy sun, the sun in the sky. When it starts being longer days, when it starts being time to plant, when it starts to be warm and plenty of food and stuff. You there, Elliot? You want to make a comment?
Man, it's 100% true, and a lot of it is entertainment. And what people have to do is critically think, because it pisses one off when you really start to try to put your ducks in a whirl and 1, 2, 3 ABC. You're like, oh yeah, New Year. I'm not gonna say that it can't, but I would say that when would it start? When things are starting to grow, or when it's dying, or when it's half dead? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Everybody thinks differently, but like numbers add up and it makes sense.
And it makes sense.
1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 2 is 3. 3 plus 5 is not fucking 10. And you know.
And the flip side of Easter is Halloween. You know? Yes. So look, but it's like all the death stuff and people think of it as a cult, and again, pagan worshiping, devil worshiping and stuff. But no, you know, it's like the death of the sun. It's like, you know, the harvest is, you know, it's you know, the days are going to be shorter now. You know what I'm saying? You know, and also people die.
I mean,
humans die in the wintertime. You know, we still do to this day, but in our early evolution, that was a really big deal, because if you wasn't able to grow enough food that season or whatever, or if it just gets too cold or whatever, you know, people catch a cold or whatever, and they passed away in the wintertime. You know, you make babies in the spring, and people die, you know, in the winter. When the fall comes. Let me read a comment. I missed a couple comments here. Doc says the whole idea of the Trinity was to use a type of polytheism, so it would be easier to make the pagan tribes accept Christianity. Exactly. And a lot of the stuff that's left over is for that. Like a lot of the stuff that's in Easter, and that's where we talked about it a bit last night, but that's where a lot of the confusion comes in, is because some of the stuff doesn't fit. Like we'd be talking about the egg and you know, the rabbit don't lay eggs and all of this stuff, and like, how is this even related at all? And that's because of this, what people will call pagan stuff is left over there. And it's left over there because when Constantine decided to make this the state religion, he was like, okay, we're going to adapt this stuff these Christians are talking about, but we're going to leave in some of this stuff we've been doing for the longest. That's the only way we can get everybody pretty much to accept it as the...
Yeah, I mean, half truth is a whole lie. So regardless of the story, people have to be grounded and not think what the past says or what the new age, you know, information is, or you create your own holiday. I will respect you more.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the seasons tell you what you should do at a particular time.
Exactly. I mean, we all have to live underneath these cycles, the cycles of the universe, the cycles of the sun, the cycles of the moon, you know, the precession of the equinox. There's nothing we can do to not live under them. And those are like the clocks, you know what I'm saying? And you could choose how to, like I said, where the start is and the end is, you know, you could count it to 10 or 12 or 8, whatever you decide. It's still the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's really still the same. Let me read Doc's comment. It says, it was the day when there was the same amount of dark and light during the day, and it marked the time of renewal of life, trees, plants. It also marked the time that there would be more daylight than nighttime. Exactly. It's really, really simple. He says the spring equinox was celebrated with eggs, and Easter estras often came in the form of a hare. So that's the reason why you have these eggs and you have these rabbits that seem like they don't fit with, you know, Jesus dying on the cross 3 days and then resurrection. You know what I'm saying? The resurrection. But it's still the, you know, the resurrection of the sun is Christmas. Those 3 days that's the winter solstice is what that is. You know what I'm saying? That's when the sun dies for 3 days and comes back. It dips below the horizon and comes back. And that's, you know, so that's where that comes from. Again, I'm gonna piss everybody off, but
and that's not really, because that's stolen from Kemet. So it's like 10 stories told over a period of time in different ways for people to understand it. And regardless if it's true or not, you're going to believe what you believe, I think, because of socialism, not because you did your own research.
Well, I would call that brainwashing. And that's the reason why I don't like to I don't like to blindly follow traditions. I don't like to blindly follow. Why some dude made this tradition up one day, you know? Okay, it's been happening for 1,000 years, but whatever. Somebody came up with this. So why do we do this? Like, can we reevaluate this? You know, but that's blasphemy. This is tradition. You don't break tradition and you don't question it.
And it's not that anybody, no person next to you is smarter than you. Is that evaluating, I would say, like, not even your personal life. Like, everybody takes everything personal. And if people mind their own business, it would be a greater country. It'd be a better world, a better day, whatever, stop worrying about the little shit.
Well, somebody's stepping on your own personal feelings.
Focus on what's in front of you.
Can you step out of yourself and see things from a perspective, not out of your eyes? I think that's one of the biggest. I think that is the biggest problem, is that everybody looks at things like straight as an individual, and that's the reason when you have arguments where two people are saying the same damn thing in different ways, and they're just arguing and bumping heads and fighting, and they don't even realize that both of them are saying the same thing because they haven't taken 2 seconds to fucking get outside of their own freaking, dialogue, perspective, and dogma to realize that the other person is really essentially saying
that's where you agree to disagree. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is the problem is that people like to look at things as an individual. It seems like most people can't get outside of themselves and try to look at the picture, bigger.
I believe what you're trying to say is people don't fucking listen anymore.
That sounds like ego.
That does sound like ego, exactly. What'd you say, Doc? I'm sorry. It was a little muffled.
I said what you're saying is people don't take the time to shut up and listen once in a while anymore.
Yeah, well, listening, exactly, because that goes along with it. Because if you are only worried about yourself only, then you don't have time to listen to nobody about anything. It's like certain people who come around, like I'm sure, Doc, you have somebody at the restaurant who, like one of the other waiters, and then whenever they come around and talk to you, it's always something related to them and that they're going through or whatever. Like they got a bad tip, or they got this going on, or they're about to go do this after work, or whatever. Like, something they are interested in is the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they never really talk about anything else. Do y'all get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I could think of quite a few people that are like that. I've never had a conversation with them that wasn't about them.
I've worked in the food industry, and I think put that aside, you look at psychology. The brain is tricky, and people don't understand. They're living, they're breathing, they're functioning, but like, how does the brain work? And usually you don't have enough time because you're on the move, you're on the go. You don't really have enough time to dig in to oneself and understand thyself. You understand the universe and the world.
Exactly.
You understand everything. You got to take a step back.
But that's one of the reasons why they put us on the hamster wheel, so that we don't have time. And they tell you that money is what's important. Keep making money, keep making money, keep making money. Don't worry about nothing else. And then therefore you don't know. You gotta what do they call it? Rich dummies?
They say money is the root of all evil. I don't believe that.
No, I don't believe that either. That's another thing that's just a distraction. So it's damn it, I was gonna say it. Well, I was gonna say rich dummies. You ever heard the phrase rich dummies? And it's like, you have everything you need or whatever, but you don't have everything you need because you don't know thyself at all, and you just keep going, and that's all you're really doing. And mostly what your work is going to benefit is somebody that it's not really your intention, because you don't care anymore and you're not worried about it. You have to think about intention. You have to think about, why am I doing this really? You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing this to make money. Well, okay, if I'm just doing it to make money, then it doesn't really matter what it is I'm doing, and it gives my work no value. But it also puts you in a position where if you have to mess over somebody or whatever, that doesn't matter either, because making money is more important than whatever issues your integrity, your character.
Oh, yeah, the brothers. What I would say is, because I wasn't born with a silver spoon, but born in the ghetto, I know what that's like. People, you're in survival mode, and so that could distort your overall purpose. You know,
Right.
being spiritual, or even if you're religious. I was listening to gospel music all day, but my interpretation of what I was listening to, it wasn't like somebody was above me, or you know what I mean. Yeah, there's an ultimate reality, a God, I would say, but it doesn't. I'm not like somebody's coming to save me. That's what I like what this brother was saying when he put on the clip. I'm like, no, only person that's gonna save you is yourself.
Yeah.
You gotta save yourself.
So, but the religion tells you don't worry about that. The religion says,
Right.
just,
Like dude said, we want heaven on earth.
yeah, they say don't worry about it. Just have faith. You know what I'm saying? And you can do whatever you want to. Just repent, and you good. Let me read the comments. Doc says some people think Easter origins go back further to the Sumerian story of Inanna, also known as Ishtar,
Anunnaki,
and Aphrodite Venus. So yeah, again, I mean, I don't even think it matters as far as Sumerian, because people was probably doing it before you even had any kind of organized anything. Because people was like happy as hell when it's springtime, like automatically. Like it didn't even have to be like a official holiday. Niggas was just like, oh shit, it's time for the sprouts and shit, bro. It's that time of the year. Let's go. You know what I mean? It could have been a small group of a small band of humans, and they just celebrate and they happy. Let me read another one. He says, with servers, we run across those types because of a combination of the mercenary mindset and need for validation that draws many people to the profession. I think you're giving people too much credit, Doc. I think that it's just a large amount of people like that in all industries. I don't know about anywhere else in the world, but I think the United States breeds people like that. We breed sociopaths. We breed psychopaths. We create them. Our system creates them. Because if you just go along with the flow of the United States, you're a sociopath. I'm sorry. Because it's all about individualism. It's all about consumerism. Screw the next guy. You know what I'm saying? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You know what I'm saying? If you get in my way, I'm going to step on you to get where I need to go. That's a sociopath. You know, it's all about me. It's all about me keeping on making money and hoarding it so that I can have the resources I need so that I can have more and better and be in a better position than everybody else. So
I would say a secondary psychopath, because most people don't know that. Yeah, you can say you're one religion, or it doesn't even matter. You are a what do they call it? A mini-me Satanist. Yep, mini-me Satanist. You don't even know that you're going against your beliefs, and then you're going to continue going, stepping on motherfuckers, and you know, what wouldn't you do to get to where you want to go? And there's, you know,
I don't understand.
Ooh, I love these conversations because it makes you think, and it makes you look internally. You have to do your own shadow work.
Right.
And sit down. I tell my wife, babe, you gotta meditate. You gotta sit down, and yeah, you're a boss, but like, what won't you do?
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta meditate. You gotta
won't you do?
You gotta self-evaluate, and no matter what position you are, where you are, what are you doing? Because this is why I don't understand why people don't think about it like in real life, the stuff that they're learning in church. There's nothing wrong with going to the mosque. There's nothing wrong with going to the church. But when you're driving away from the church and it's an old lady who was in the church with you, and it starts raining, and then she walks in front of your car and you're about to run her over, and you're mad at her because she's in the way of your car, like you just left church. You just, did you, it. The reason why you go back to
You're
church
talking about
is to.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's to revitalize your spirit. It's to revigorate it. It's to bring you back. It's to be like, okay, humble myself. I need to calm down a bit. You know what I mean? I need to stop thinking about myself so much and look out for other people. But I don't see people doing that. They leaving out of church and about to run over the old lady. Instead of offering her a ride, she's on her way to the bus stop in the rain. You done forgot everything, Giving this lady.
I know about the church. My thing is, I want people to critically think. So the church is 501c3. Okay, well, that'll shut the conversation down real quick. Okay, we don't even have to talk about it no more until the next time. Once you find out what that is, why does the church pay no tax, but you paying tax?
And then you paying the church.
You paying tax on top of tax on top of tax on top of tax.
And then paying your tithes.
We gotta fall back. We gotta look at each other and be like, "Hey, baby, we gonna hold arms together. I'll break bread with you. You break bread with me." Other than that, your money is going out the window. It has no value. There's no asset. There's nothing on top of it. You can't build wealth off a promise. That's what the American dollar is. A promise to pay. A promise to pay who? Exactly. That is your friend if you know how to use it. You can become a billionaire if you know how to use it.
Yeah.
Other than that, you're in poverty. You're like, oh, I got my stimulus check, and then inflation goes up. You go buy a can of beans. My man was like, I can't even eat just because of inflation. I'm like, yeah, he kicked me. He kicked me in the ass without kicking me in the ass.
And they're gonna be like, I hope you saved some of that stimmy.
For real, yeah, that shit's been gone. For real, like, man, I don't know what to tell you. A pack of bacon, $10. Come on, don't get me wrong, it was like $6.59 or some shit like that, but still, a couple of dollars means a lot when it comes to like beef. Same thing, a pound of beef, $10.
But those prices have been rising already, even before this. So they sharply rise.
They slowly did it. Yeah, you're right. Yep, you're 100% right.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a while, and then they did a 7.4 this last percentage increase, and that's fucking on top of the increases they already did is a motherfucker when they're not paying people more.
Man,
and
look,
rent costs more.
Johnny Cockrell was saying, okay, that's funny that he died when he came up with a blueprint for reparations. He's like, really, even if all these people got reparations, it will still go right back into the system. You ain't gonna rotate nothing.
No, and
power economics.
And that's why I don't understand why they won't do some things, because it doesn't make sense, because they're just gonna get richer. If they gave reparations to people, what do you think they're gonna do? They're gonna spend it up at Gucci and Fendi and Prada.
Yes, sir.
But
nothing in your name.
I want to go back a bit though. Let's run it back. We start going into economics, but on the economic side, the church is draining. I don't know if it, at this point, the church has become a leech on the community, because I don't see it building the community. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying, all the money you're paying, and then you're paying the church. So what is the church doing with this money? Even in the book, it says that this money should go to the community.
It's called they have a hidden tax. That's what's really happening, is that they're really paying homage to England. America is a corporation. We are not a country. We are a corporation, and we're ran by another, the Vatican or whatever you want to call it. It may go deeper than that. They'll be like, oh, yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. But it's ran by something else. Somebody is paying somebody else.
I think you're right, and I think that it also has to do with money laundering, but also because the last church that I was going to regularly, they started having these visitors, and they were from synagogue. These were Jewish people, and they were talking about how, like, taking trips to Africa and all of this stuff, funding trips to go help, I don't know, kids in Africa, orphanages, build schools or something like that. And but I thought that was really strange, you know. And then also they were focusing on that Jehovah idea, because people, you know, like to talk about Jesus all the time. And then, you know, it's coming out that the J didn't even exist during this time when Jesus. Oh, wait, what am I trying to say? Anyways, instead of saying Jesus, they want, you know, focus on, you know, Yahshua or Yahweh. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so you know, and I'm like, they're changing the narrative, and it's like, I think it's bigger, like you said, because it's so much money. Even if you add, each one of those churches in the hood is making a bunch of money, but if you add them up together, and as far as the pastors, you know, living good, the pastors living good, but still that church is making a lot of money. Where is that money going?
They're paying homage to Yahweh. Like when I really dive deep into that, and knowledge is dangerous. Like it forms the body when you talk about language, and then it goes back to the flower of life and the seed of life and the Vesica Pisces. Like people want something tangible. They want something that they can hold, that they can touch. And if they can't touch it, then they don't understand it.
Right.
Peace to Ashe, peace to the gods, because there's something bigger than us. But we have a certain mind to we can manipulate. When you pay attention to something, it changes the molecular structure.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Quantum physics.
Yeah, basic science. Like, and I talk about it all the time. Like, you know, because that's why they don't know
quantum physics.
There's certain things that they'll never know, because once you look at something, it's like you're touching it. So you change.
Once you tap into the tree of life, that's why it's all allegories. They were like, okay, well, Eve bit the apple and he gave it to Adam and all this. Well, stop thinking about that as being something physical.
Right.
Turning what is it called? Water into wine, turning lead into gold. That's all about your mind, your psyche, your physical being.
Yeah.
Focus on that, and then things will change. But we have to do it on a molecular structure. We have to do it on a microstructure. You have to look at it under a microscope. We can't even do that. You know, what do you need most out of life? Water. Okay, and then you go to another step. The freedom is on your plate. What's on your plate? What are you eating?
Right.
Let's talk about that. What are you eating? You know, where are you getting it from? We can't even connect that back to. If I ate I eat animals, obviously, carnivore, but like I have no relationship with the animals.
Right.
And like Pat was saying the other day or yesterday, praying over your food, and it was another guy that was saying that. But I was like, yeah, you gotta, you know what I mean? You have to have a relationship. And so have a relationship like this conversation, have a relationship with the person that you're talking to or you're next to, or that you metaphysically have a connection with. If you have an understanding.
Acknowledge their existence, and you give thanks, because that animal, you know, it gave its life to give you life. You know what I'm saying? Because you're using their flesh to give you energy and sustenance for you to keep going. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And there's really nothing wrong with it as far as the circle of life. That's the way the game goes. So that's why I don't like waste. And that's why I feel like if you kill something, you should eat it, because that's respecting it. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise, what did you kill it for? You know, you're disrespecting, you're wasting. It could have been used. That was a waste. You know?
Right, but Americans, they throw a lot of food away. You see a lot of poor people on the street. Poor is a mentality, and sometimes it's a circumstance. Take control of that circumstance. I'm like, all these people that's on Skid Row, you know, in California, I'm like, well, you know, there are a lot of great minds that can come together and stay in a one bedroom with 7, 8 people, but what are you doing? Like, what are you paying attention to? And that's where the elite has control. No, they're not reading. You don't have a book. You don't even have a paper book. What are you reading? Oh, the Bible? Oh, okay. Well, who is getting paid for the book? Who is the author of the Bible? Who is getting paid? Who is getting the let's talk about it. What is that called?
Publishing?
Like residuals, publishing, whatever you want to call it. Who's getting paid for it? Even if you read in the Bible.
Yeah. Well, I always say read more books. I mean, people get mad when I say that, but I mean, I'm sorry, but that's just how I feel. I mean, like the Bible can help you in a lot of ways, but I think, but you need to read some more books. It's not going to give you a complete, it's not going to help you learn how to manage your money. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to teach you how to grow food.
Yeah, you can't eat the Bible. Just like money, just like gold. They say, well, gold and silver has a certain monetary value. Well, can I wipe my ass with it? You know, can I progress?
I see people in the hood, like you say, hood mentality, ghetto mentality, poor mentality. I see these people and they read the Bible every day. And it's like, your situation hasn't changed. Like, and then you feel like you're doing something. That's what's so crazy about it all. It makes you feel like you're doing something. You read the same book every day.
I love to click up. My thing when I created something for the family, it was about like longevity, prosperity, family, take care of your family, and this and that. And people in the ghetto are like, oh, well, I'm this, I claim this set. But do you own that block? Do you own the real estate? Who's getting paid? A landlord? Somebody could just come in, walk in, do whatever they want and be like, oh, you got to get the fuck out. Do you own a piece of land? Where is that substance? It's not there. It's not there. So we gotta stop.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say we gotta stop, and I say we because I'm in this physical realm. We have to stop doing things that it's not. There's no progression.
Right. Growth. I want to play a bit of this to get us back on the topic.
The eternal return of life. Howard Thurman says there is ever something compelling and exhilarating about the glad surprise. The emphasis is upon glad. There are surprises that are shocking, startling, frightening, and bewildering. But the glad surprise is something different from all of these. It carries with it the element of elation, of life, of something over and beyond the surprise itself. The experience itself comes at many levels. The simple joy that comes when one discovers that the balance in the bank is larger than the personal record indicated, and there is no error in accounting. The realization that one does not have his door key. The hour is late and everyone is asleep, but someone very thoughtfully left the latch off. Just in case. I stand at the door and knock. Anyway, let me not do that because Jesus was at the door too. He goes on, he says, there's a deeper meaning in the concept of the glad surprise. This meaning has to do with the very ground and foundation of hope about the nature of life itself. You see where we're going? The manifestation in this quality in the world about us can best be witnessed in the coming of spring. It is ever a new thing, a glad surprise. Oh, the temperatures. Oh, I don't need my coat. Oh, look, I hear the birds. Oh, the air. It's a glad surprise. Spring. Every year, when's it coming? When's it coming? I'll be glad when spring is here. Oh man, I'll be glad when spring is here. Thurman goes on and says, it is ever a new thing, a glad surprise, the stirring of life at the end of winter. One day there seemed to be no signs of life, and then almost overnight, swelling buds, delicate blooms, blades of grass, bugs, insects, an entire world of newness everywhere. It is the glad surprise at the end of winter. Take courage, therefore. Now, I'll pause there. That's enough. This is the one that his daughter edited, called For the Inward Journey, the writings of Howard Thurman. We talked about this again. We talked extensively about Howard Thurman, the man. Here's the thing. Once the Romans have killed Jesus, they got a problem now. Yeah, you done martyred him. And them cats over there said, not only is he coming back, he done come back. And he ascended, and he said he gonna be back. Oh, okay. So they just in some old crazy shit. No problem. No. You don't understand. That ain't scared of you. Oh, okay. So how many of them is? There's a couple of cults. Hell no. This cop over here said he had a man in. He saw 300 of them over here by the river. And there was another 1,000 of them. Oh shit, it's growing. Oh, it took them a couple of centuries to figure out they couldn't kill it. So, of course, if you can't kill it, you join it. The Romans is like, shit, we can't stomp it out. Let's join it. But here's the problem. You got all these other people through faith who believe what you were doing before this cat showed up. And this cat, what he was talking about, and what these other people believe who were doing this stuff before he showed up, whether they be the Jews or whether they be what now will be called the pagans or the heathens, realizing that word ethnic comes from, well, the Greek, and then the Latin use is for the Romans would use it for ethnic or ethne would be the Greek. They would say people who are heathens aren't part of us. The Greeks would say they're not Greek. It's the root of the word heathen is ethnic. The same ethne. It's the same root for ethnic, other than. So the Romans are like, well, you got all these other thans who will be called pagans now. But guess what connects them all? Hope. I hope I get to live forever. I hope I can have eternal life. Guess what? You can't get the glad surprise unless you die. And if you die and you don't live forever, I guess you ain't gonna know about it. People say, man, I woke up this morning, so I'm great. And I always say, yeah. And the day you don't wake up, you great too. Why? Because either it's something on the other side or you ain't gonna know about it. So it's all right. In other words, I don't want to steal nobody joy, but let's be clear. Take a deep breath, Thich Nhat Hanh, release the breath, center, and guess what? As my man Paul Fitzgerald, now ancestor with my mom and everybody else, longtime deacon at Canaan Avenue Baptist Church. It could be 50 degrees below zero with sleets and hailstorms outside. Hailstones, the biggest size of golf balls. You come into church. Good morning, Brother Fitzgerald. Good morning. This beautiful morning. How you doing? I'm doing fine this beautiful morning. In other words, Paul Fitzgerald, that was my Thich Nhat Hanh. Brother Fitzgerald, it don't matter what the weather is. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. As my daddy would say, it's lovely. Today is lovely. Why? There's an option. You breathing, ain't you? It's a lovely day.
Any day above ground is what I always say. And I think that a lot of this is driven by the fear of death, right? So it's this idea that, ultimately we're all going to die. So it's like, but, I don't really want that to happen. But that's not really nature, right? You know what I'm saying? That's not really how things work. So, but then when somebody comes along and tells you, well, hey, if you do this, then you can live forever. Then you're like, oh, okay, shoot. Let me go with what this dude is talking about. But he's selling you a dream, though. He's selling you a fantasy. You know what I'm saying? And really all it is about is control. so that they can, manipulate you. I don't want to offend anybody. I'm sorry, but like religious people are the most easily manipulated groups that you have out here. And it really doesn't matter which religion you want to choose. I'm not picking on any of them, but it's so much easier to be manipulated when you're really religious. And it just is what it is. And that's the whole point of it. It's about control. So the thing is, right, like I say, the fear of death, being afraid to die, but it doesn't say that in the Bible anywhere that you should fear death. This is something that you're kind of like.
Well, Earth is a farm, and so in order to reverse that ideology and perspective, is that we have to stop. Like an animal, to be honest, has as much right to live its life out as long as it can, versus anybody else. I look at certain things on TV and murders and people, psychopaths and whatever. It's like, I want you to go home to your family just like you do. It should be that way. It might, it could be mind construct. It could be a computer program. It could be manipulated in a lot of ways. No one has the time to think. People are going to work.
They're not taking the time to think. That's different.
Well,
because it's really simple. Like I was gonna say, you reap what you sow, right? That's the name of the show, to reap what you sow. And reaping and sowing, that's what a lot of this have to do with too, metaphysically and physically, like in just simple reality. So like within your life, right? You reap what you sow, because the life you build, the things you do, that's what happens. That's how your life builds. That's how things come at you. Like let's say you live a
lot
life.
of things. If it's not happening to you or your family, then do you really care? I know you do, but most people don't. They don't have that ideology. They're just like, it's a survival of the fittest.
And that's crazy, because it doesn't say that in the religions, like at all. So like, where is this coming from?
It's survival mode. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so, but then, okay, I could give them that to a certain extent, because the powers that be want to keep people, as serfs and struggling and willing to. That's how they take advantage of people, because I'll be trying to explain how like money doesn't really, it's really about power. So a guy who works at an oil rig and he makes good money, and then he takes a vacation to Haiti, and he wants to buy a young girl or something like that. Like one of the reasons why he's able to do that is because of the economic conditions over there in Haiti. And then these people are willing to get paid. They don't have many options on how to make money. So then they get these indecent proposals and they accept them. You get what I'm saying? So like the system is set up in that way. So, but that's in people's defense. But, on the flip side of that, like I said, like if you live a life as a gangster or whatever, like you a thuggish, ruggish bone dude, and you rob people and you shoot and kill people all the time, the chances of you catching a bullet is really high, like a random ass bullet when you're chilling and you're just with the family eating a burger.
Right.
And here come the bullets. And at that moment, you was innocent. You wasn't doing nothing bad. You wasn't up to nothing. You wasn't trying to rob people. But it came back. So you reaped what you sowed. You sowed what you reaped. So, that's what it is in your life. So you know, it's the same thing with how you treating other people, you know, and that's why there goes the money again, because people in the class system, because people feel like, okay, well, if I have a lot of money, then it doesn't even matter. I could treat people however the hell I want to treat them. And that's one of the things I've noticed in that show, Squid Game. The VIPs in that show, they treated people like, you know, objects, like a piece of furniture, a light stand, a background. You know, they had zero value. You know, completely dehumanized, and because
I watched that series too, and I'm not a big TV person, but they had an agenda, and they had
a message.
The people that were in control didn't have control at all.
Right. That's what it was showing. And I think it's like that in real life here. That goes back to, again, you know, it's our fault at the end of the day, and know thyself, and giving them, you know, the authorities that we give them is how they rule over us. They have to rule by consent. They say that all the time. We have to rule by consent, because they know the power of the people. The people have to give their consent. So we've given them the consent for all this shit that they do to us.
Yeah, it won't happen. There's something there's something bigger that's going on that they want to lead people to. It will ultimately fail, to be honest, because of free will. Love first, will under love. If you don't have love for yourself or anybody else, people are susceptible to anything. All these black killings. You seen that? I think it was on Twitter. That dude that got executed.
Yeah, I saw
he
that.
Was like, yep, and I was like, man, I'm
so
like,
my
that could have been me for real.
Exactly. My argument is we all suffer in these systems. So even that person that's looking at other people as they don't really exist, they're just ornaments. They're empty inside, like they're suffering. They don't know what it feels like to connect with another person. You know what I'm saying? They suffering too. You know what I'm saying? You're losing. You know, if we do what these scriptures are telling us and love thy neighbor, there's a benefit that we get from this. And I be trying to scream this from the top of my lungs, because I really don't think people see it that way, because they don't see a tangible physical benefit, or if they do, like they feel like it's not worth it. But they're not.
King, you can't carry the world on your back. You just got to do the best that you can. You're doing good. I'm doing good based on, you know, taking the time to speak on this show.
Right.
It's really a it's a decision
into the universe.
It's a decision.
Intentions. And so, but that's what I mean. Like the guy that's the guy that has no connection to people, he's empty inside, and he's also missing something. He's missing that opportunity of having a genuine connection with another person. You know what I mean? He's
That's a real
losing in that
schism.
aspect.
That sounds like a schism in humanity. And I wish I put out to the universe, like, things will change. You know, there's things I have to work on myself, but I'm not doing what these other people are doing.
Right.
You know, all I do is just scroll through a feed, and I'm like, man, that's that shit's unheard of. It's not logical.
They like to promote the Sodom and Gomorrah shit. They like to promote the chaos. But that I always say that that's not the majority. Most people are mostly righteous. You know what I mean? for the most part, because we are that way naturally. We know what's right and wrong. We know that without the book telling us this. You know what I'm saying? We know we can feel it in our stomach. You know what I'm saying? So, but we push against that because society is telling us something different. But what I want to keep stressing is that there is a benefit to loving thy neighbor. You know what I mean? There's a real benefit to it, and there's also a punishment for looking at people as objects. You know, the way the universe works, you have to pay regardless. Everybody pays. Everybody pays. Nobody gets to opt out of this. Everybody pays one way or another. So if you're a wise person, then you look at the world and you try to make those decisions wisely on what you're willing to accept, you know, what you're going to have to pay, you know, your punishments that you're going to have, those souls that you're going to have to reap. So, but most people go around and they're not even aware. They're completely oblivious to what they're creating. We're all creators and we create shit every day. So we create this environment, we create this world, we're creating the universe every day. So, but to that person that's subconscious to what he's doing, the chances of him creating something good is very, very low. Most likely he's gonna he have good intentions and it's gonna have a terrible result. But when you're wise and you're aware that even if, you know, no matter which decision you make, there's consequences and repercussions to it. You know what I'm saying? What right and wrong, good and bad is out the door. Just what's gonna happen as a result. This is just action reaction. This is science. There's no way to get away from it. There's no way around it. You cannot escape this. No one can. Just like death. Just like death. So this is where we are. That's where we land with religion and Easter and whatever. You can't escape death. Ultimately, all of us will no longer be.
Yeah, death is the ultimate leveler. We're all gonna die. So let's make good decisions on our way out.
During the time, do what you can with the time that you have. So what
I feel like I'm tippy-toe with the universe, and the universe is like, yeah, he's saying exactly the truth. You can't even debate it, because usually I'm like, oh well, I have this ideology or that. Nah, man, it's make the right decision.
This is universal. Universal. So every man, woman, and child.
The people have the power, and divide and conquer. Black, white, sexism. I've talked about this before. Classism. You know, I'm better than you. What type of job do you have? No. The first question you should ask a person is, how more are you? Yeah. Like at the end of the day, forget about the money and this and that. I gotta eat.
How do you treat people that are below you, that you consider below you or whatever? People that the have-nots, the ones that, you know.
You can't save the world though.
And it's like, how do you treat your subordinates when you're at work? Like, let's say you're in charge of other people. How do you treat them? Let's say you're an executive or you're the boss.
You treat them moral, but at the end of the day, there's tiers of business. You have like a president, or you have the owner, the president, the CEO, and this and that, and people are just like looking at numbers. They're like, I don't give a fuck what's going on.
Because the
Change
system
it, correct it.
Because the system is detached. I know exactly what you're saying, because you're saying the exact words and exactly how it works. They're just looking at the numbers. Fix it. That's not my problem. Don't make your problems my problems. Fix it. That's your job. Fix it. I want better numbers next time. Period. Like, but that's because of this corporate
system. Or you'll be replaced.
That we have. Yeah, or you'll be replaced. So you're gonna take care of business, and you're gonna shit on the people that's below you and take advantage of and exploit their work because you have to survive. So, but that's the system that's set up. But what I'm saying is that even within that system, you know, are you kind when you can be to people that are, you know, Like and are you aware? At the very least, are you aware of the value of
No,
these people?
they're not. You're completely detached.
Because every company, every system, every business has people that make it go, and then it's that guy who cleans the toilets, it's that guy who cleans the windows and you know what I'm saying? It's the person who answers the phone. You know what I'm saying? This is what makes your business. You know what I mean? If these guys don't show up, then you fucked.
But hey, there's a lot. Most businesses fail. 90% of businesses, well, probably a little bit less, but I would say 90% of businesses fail within their first year, 2 years, 3 years.
Well, that's true, but that's kind of beside the point. What I'm talking about is how
No, I get what you're saying, but like you have to get to you have to break it down to the basics.
Yeah.
Why do they fail? Is because there's no such thing as a perfect system. And so
well, there's ways to run businesses and value your employees. Like, you don't have to do it with this corporate system of just looking at numbers, but this is that race to the bottom thing that I be talking about all the time. That profit model, and not everybody goes at their business in that way. And you don't have to. And then, they'd be like, oh, you're going to get gobbled up by your competition if you don't. But that's not true. There's plenty of examples out there, but they don't celebrate those examples. They celebrate the Walmarts and the Amazons, the ones that completely exploit people, the businesses that don't do that. Because, see, it's all about being the biggest, right? It's all about being the biggest. It's all about the one who can hoard the most resources. It's all about the one who has the most profit. So it's like, okay, it's that competition model. It's that, last quarter they did this amount in profit, so we got to beat them. You know what I mean?
I would say the lack of participation of the average novice individual that's in the world and working is that's why they can capitalize, and that they're like merging. They're like, we don't have no choice.
Exactly. And that's where the democracy breaks down, where this is what I be trying to get people to understand. That
it's capitalism, not democracy.
Yes, it's not democracy. Look at the way wherever you work at, is that job, is it a democracy within there? Do you have any input on like anything that has anything to do with anything related to the business? Nothing. The president.
You don't even have a stock in the business. And
you have
little. If you don't have a stock in the business, you don't have a say. You don't have. There's nothing, no tier. Like, shut the fuck up, hold your head down, and go to work.
Right, but look, I mean, we do have the option of which jobs we work. Okay, I'll give us that, the privilege to choose our slave master, if you will. But once you've chosen the job,
plantation,
you don't have no options, and you don't have no say so. And then here goes the flip side of this. How much power does your job have over you? How much impact do their decisions on what they say, like your schedule, how much you get paid, when you get paid, when you can take vacation? It's like when you wake up at night, when you go to sleep. Hey, that's your whole damn life. How much you can spend on your mortgage, how much you can spend on your car note.
That's control.
When you're in traffic, when you're driving your car, how much you spend on gas, how much you spend for lunch, that's your whole life, bruh. That's your whole life. What the government is saying is totally beside the point. Completely beside the point. Whatever your boss at your job is saying is way more pertinent to your life than whatever Biden is saying. You're gonna listen to the boss, your manager, whoever is your supervisor. You're going to pay attention in that damn meeting. You can fall asleep while Biden is talking. Your life ain't going to change. You fall asleep in that meeting, you might not have a job no more. Now you done lost your job, you done lost your car, you done lost your mortgage, you lost your house, you done got a divorce because your wife done left you. Now you contemplating suicide. That's your whole life.
Man, that's you're talking the truth. And you know where I'm at, north, you know, not where I'm at, but like where I was raised in that area, it's so sad because you look at the feeds and they're like, they got these shot sensors where bullets, it'd be like, brrr, brrr, and the sensor, you know, tells where that. Police don't show up real quick. None of that. Motherfucker laid out. Motherfucker, the ambulance might show up an hour later, type shit. Like, people are born in a bad situation, and I don't know how to get it out to the masses. I can do it. It's almost like going to a street corner, handing out a flyer, like save your baby type shit. You know, these single mothers ain't got control of these babies. You know, number one killer of black babies is abortion. You know, everybody having sex, doing this and that. Oh yeah, you guys were talking about that yesterday. That's what I was listening to before I fell asleep.
Yeah, but what about
responsible reproduction? There's nothing wrong with sex.
I forgot to make the argument though on this because what about those let me ask you this, Doc is here too. What about those kids after they're born, Doc? Like, this is one of the things that really bothers me about pro-life, the pro-life stance, and Pat is pro-life too. Generally, I mean, he says he's not, but he really is pro-life. And that's okay. I'm not judging anybody that's pro-life. What I'm saying is, what about those kids after they're born? It's like, you gotta freaking have this baby. You know what I'm saying? So, but, you know, as soon as the baby is born, though, you know, the life is precious in the womb. As soon as they come out the womb, though, shit, you better find some, you know, shit, I'm not feeding that baby. You better work that shit out. What I'm saying is, if you're really pro-life, then you should care about that baby as a child and even as an adult as they grow up. Like, you know, what kind of life are they going to have? Are they going to be living in a barn with rats, you know, and eating shit? You know what I'm saying? So what's the value of life and as far as like your existence? You know what I mean? You know, everybody should have the chance to live a decent life, right? And that's what they say. But you got plenty of people living like that all over the world, even in the United States. So why don't we have systems in place for that? But then we'd be like, well, where's the money going to come from? Okay, well, damn. So then let's go back to abortion then. Because if the mom didn't have to have that baby, then that family don't have to take on this added pressure of providing for that child. As harsh as that sounds. Doc says quality of life. I'm sure I said it wrong. I'm dyslexic. I say things backwards as hell, but Doc always knows what I really mean. I kind of want to. We could wrap this little abortion thing up, but I kind of want to change topics, and kind of lighten it up a bit. Sometime in the past, we did a show talking about stories and telling stories and stuff like that. You know, I'd like to hear some stories of something that happened or whatever, because I feel like what happens is people really they attach themselves to stories, but also they learn from them, like whether it was something that happened for real or not. And that goes back to what we were saying about the allegory in the Bible, Easter, the story of Jesus. You know, I think as humans, we kind of stories is the best way we learn, and that's how it has been for us historically. You know, talking around the fire, and you know, you tell a story, and that story is to teach you something about your life that you live right now. So either one of y'all that's here right now, y'all got anything y'all want to share like that?
I think personally, I think people need to mind their own motherfucking business. I've been through some things where it's a true story. My mom was single. My father wasn't there. He had excuses his whole life. And I lived beyond that better. And then I kind of fell down a little bit. And it was all about money. That's really what it was all about. My mom's like, oh, your dad he was never there for you. He paid child support. And my mom didn't know nothing about it. Because she was getting money through the state. And I'm like, wow. It took me to interject and communicate between you guys that, Dad, you were there for me, but you weren't there for me like physically and emotionally.
And it probably
and I'm not gonna hold that against you because I'm not gonna hold it against you because I think it would set us back even further. Great man. Awesome person. But he was like, I just didn't, want to be there. No, actually, it's not that he couldn't be there. It's like I had to make a decision. My mom was dying. I was hooked on drugs and this and that. And I'm like, man, I got to take a step back. I can't be all that pain and all that hurt and all those struggles and all those years. I'm not going to let that destroy me. Yeah, my mom's my hero. My dad's my hero. And I'm going to stick to that. So what are we going to do right now moving forward?
Well,
what are we going to do?
I have to say, try to break that cycle. It's too many of these damn stories like the one you just told me. I hear it's like everybody I know has a similar story, bruh. What the fuck? We need to break that cycle. That is, you said, what do? We need to break that cycle. So we need to make sure that our children aren't going through these types of things. And that goes to that selfishness, that ego, that only looking through things through my perspective, that and also looking at children like objects, like I own them. That's a life. You don't own it. You know what I'm saying? That's fucking crazy, and it bothers me. It's like your pets. And that's why I don't like pets now, because of more I've learned. Like today, a couple came in and they had a little dog, really, really cute dog. It looks like an expensive dog. And they had it in a little bitty cage, and they brought it to the table with it. It was sitting next to them. The whole time the dog is trying to like wiggle out of the cage, and he's moving around and stuff, and they're all kind of like pushing him back in the cage and shit. And I'm like, it hurts my heart, bro. That kind of shit could bring tears to my eyes, bro. Sentient beings, bro. And that's why I don't like the zoos, and I don't fuck with zoos no more. Because when I see them animals in them cages, I see myself. And I see myself in an invisible cage without bars.
You is not lying. I'm telling you, I've been to zoos when I was little, and I'm like, I'm not happy. I kept telling my my mom that like I'm not happy here. Like this is cool, whatever, but no,
Those
let's go.
animals, they're suffering, bro, and you can see them suffering. They have mental illnesses, all kinds of problems, even physical ailments that are as a result of living in this prison. Who the fuck wants to live in a fucking prison? So the dog in the little bag, I'm bringing him as it's cute. I want to be like the chick from the movie Clueless, or I want to look like the aristocracy or some shit. I want to look like I'm better than my friends and be cool and make videos of it. Meanwhile, this damn alive thing, you're keeping it in a little cage and it's not getting to move around and live an actual life itself. It's your fucking ornament. You know what I'm saying? It's your fucking accessory. But this thing is alive, bruh. It's alive, man. And that's not proper treatment for a thing that's alive. I don't like it, and I don't condone it. It really bothers me. And people treat their kids like pets. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm going. That's the connection. You know, they treat their kids like pets, and then they're like I say, a sociopath, a psychopath, and they don't care about nobody else's feelings, not even their wife or their child. You know, and it really fucking bothers me a lot that humans walk around with, you know, that way, you know. And you said, what's the answer? The answer is break somehow try to find a way to break these damn generational curses of treating children like objects and not like just little humans, and get to the point where you have respect for that human, that living sentient being, that them having their father and mother in their life is important to their development into a functioning fucking sentient being. Like, you are robbing them of like half of them, of half of what would help make them who they are. And then, you know what's crazy about that? It's not only the dad that you're shutting out of that child's life, you're shutting out the uncles and cousins and aunties that would care about that child too. The child needs a car, I think I didn't have a car in high school, but it would be nice. Uncles and aunties and shit like that tend to be the ones who do shit like that. They can help. They can leave some land to that child. They can pay for their college. They can take some of the burden off of you. Why do these single moms feel like they want to do it all by themselves? And everybody's suffering. The mom is suffering because she's trying to do all of this by herself. The child is suffering because all the sustenance they get is from their mom. They could be having dad, uncles, aunties, grandma, grandpa is shut out of the life on the dad side. This is a disaster. This is a fucking tragedy. What's up, Pat?
What's up?
Caught me on the
Hey,
right.
but I've seen a real decline since the pandemic, and people just like my grandma. I don't know for sure. She'd be like, "Don't come around here." Like, shit, the pandemic just passed, and I don't know you susceptible or anybody else. I just know her, and it's like, Grandma, how many grandkids do you got? You need to build a relationship with them. And I think it really kicked in when she was like, you know, the holidays come around. You got 15 grandkids. You gonna buy an iPad for all of them? Talk to me. No, just come to a gathering and let's all cook together and, you know, kiss and hugs and appreciation.
The iPad
Nope,
is a cop-out anyway.
It's not happening.
The iPad is a cop-out anyway, and that's another part of this capitalist system that they taught us to be detached from connections to people. You know, every kid don't even want an iPad. Like, you need to know that child. You need to have a connection to them to try to figure out what you can get them as a gift that they would like. They might just want some time. They might just want to walk in the park. You know what I'm saying? And that would be the greatest gift you could give them. Way better than the iPad. Like, this is the thing. We feel like money. That's where the disconnection comes to. Money is the answer to everything. We don't have to have a connection to these people. Just give them some money. Give them a gift card. You know what I'm saying? You know, a thoughtful gift. This is what I always felt like. A thoughtful gift goes a long ass way. It doesn't matter how much it costs, but when you know a person likes a specific, like their favorite chocolate bar or something, maybe they told you in passing that their favorite chocolate bar is such and such and such, and you send them some of that candy. You show up with some candy of their favorite candy, and they're like, damn, bro, like I didn't even know you knew that. Like that's gonna touch somebody. Just sending them a gift card, they're like, whatever, okay, yeah, thanks for the gift card. I'm gonna buy whatever the hell I'm gonna buy. Let me read comments. Doc says the best gift a grandma can give is memories of her being there. I agree with you, Doc. Talking to them. You know what I'm saying? That's the ancestor knowledge. Okay, grandma, I'll bend it. You know, us connecting to our ancestors and giving praise to them. So even Elliot, even if they do disregard you in that way, like your grandmother maybe gives you a hard time or whatever, I think that it's still, you should be up in their ass. Call them, show up, kick it with them, chop it up with them, ask them fucking questions, dig the value out of them.
How do you say it? Like I get in their ass, you know, when I do come around, and it's the sentimental things. It's like you said, just the relationship, and we have to have that connection. I don't care about none of that iPad stuff. It's
some biscuits, some homemade biscuits, breakfast.
It's the little things.
My grandma used to make homemade biscuits. She would make breakfast. All the little cousins are there, and she's cooking breakfast, homemade biscuits and shit. And like that right there, bro, like, I mean, what a better gift than that? And that memory and that experience, and her showing me how to make them. Like to this day, I don't know. I couldn't do it, but I was there with her in the morning, helping her make breakfast. I would go out and get the eggs and fight the rooster and shit. You know, but that was an experience, and that's a memory that I still have to this day. So, and I didn't know how to deal with chickens before that. My grandma taught me how to deal with chickens because she would force me to get up early in the morning and go fight the damn rooster to get these eggs and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I learned a lot through that. You know, now what a better gift than that?
Another thing I experienced, it was really weird, was like, some person has more money than the other person, like, you know, grandparents, and they're like, that's probably the only reason I use the whole iPad aspect. It's like, she just showed up, PlayStation 3, 4, iPad, this person got a tablet, this and that, and everybody's kind of looking like, damn, I don't have that. And I'm just like, who gives a fuck? Let's have a good time. Let's hug. You're going to go back to your 9 to 5. Papa's trying to get his pension. And, like...
I hate that shit, though. What
shit
I'm saying
is weird.
It comes
but
from...
when you're outspoken, that's kind of why I'm like... I'm not even a black sheep or nothing like that. I'm just an outspoken person. Like, okay, this is cool, but don't think you're better than anybody. You know...
That's what I was about to say.
This is not what this is about.
That's not what it's
about.
Why
we're here.
That's what I'm about to say. It's that's what I hate. It comes from an ugly place because, you know, like those kind of gifts, because it's like other people can't, like, even if the mom and the dad can't even give the child, they can't afford to give these kind of gifts. And then this is coming from an ugly place because it's really a self-satisfaction, saying I'm better than you because I could buy these expensive gifts that you can't buy. You know, I'm better than everybody else at the party. Look at the gift I gave. But see, it's all about me. It's all about me. I'm just looking at this through my perspective.
That's what I talked about earlier, mini-me Satanism.
Yes.
Like, you know, motherfuckers don't even know they're a Satanist without being like, let's cut all that shit out. Let's have a holiday where we just, everybody participates and nobody does anything other than that.
You know, but people have got this competition. It's all about, you know, it's all about me, and it's all about me winning. This is what I wanted to talk about too. I hate that fucking in the hood. I hear this so much. shit, I won on them niggas. I won, shit, I'm winning. You know what I mean? But when they say that though, most of the time it means like they cheated. They, you know, they stole something. You know what I'm saying? They did something shady. You know what I mean? And then they call that winning. You know what I'm saying? I'm winning on them. That's how I'm supposed to do. That's the game. That's how the game go. You know what I mean? Like you pinched off somebody's weed or something like that. Like I'm winning. Like, no, bro, that's roach shit. That's fucking crabs in the bucket mentality. That's fucking like you're not winning. Actually, you're losing. Like my daddy used to say, like it's a $20 nigga, meaning like you let somebody borrow $20 and they'll never give it back, and then they don't fuck with you no more because they're embarrassed about it. That was their value is $20.
Hey, but my thing is, if it took $20 to make me realize who you are, then hey, it was worth the $20.
Exactly. Let me read the comments.
Man, y'all really kind of hitting the spot with me, but yeah, go ahead and read the.
Let me read the comments and then go ahead. After that, Doc says my extended family is full of some really screwed up people, but my parents were fair and let me get to know them all and chose myself if I wanted to know them. I'm sorry, I feel like I chopped that up. Let me bring that again. My extended family is full of some really screwed up people, but my parents were fair and let me get to know them all and chose myself if I wanted to know them. And that's exactly what I did with my daughter, because I did the exact same thing. Like, you know, her mom's, like I said, her mom is white. It's a totally different thing. And a lot of people would have, after her mom died, I had no reason to really just keep her in contact with that side of the family at all. But Anaya has all kinds of contacts with them, and she has her own relationships with them. I never wanted to be that guy. She deserves to know. It helps her know herself. I'm robbing her of that if I was to keep them out of her life, regardless of what I feel about them, regardless of how, regardless of my perception of them. And Doc says, brother bagging someone may get you a buzz, but you lose your reputation. Yeah, brother bagging someone may get you a buzz, but you lose your reputation, and you lose your friend, and you lose your integrity, you lose your character, street cred. That's what it's all about. I stand on my name. My word is my bond. If I said I'm gonna do something, you better believe hell and high water, I'm gonna die trying to do that shit just because I said I was gonna do it. Go ahead, Pat. You wanted to make comments.
Oh man, I think I don't like my son has never spent the night with my dad and stepmom. Like, just I don't know. They're, as far as I'm concerned, they're selfish, and I mean, there's just one of those things. Like, they're they are different from pretty much the rest of the world, considering our families, because we're just regular country folk, and I think my dad, I think things would be different if my dad was single or if he was by himself, because he has an influence. But at the same time, I can't blame my stepmom, because he's a man, and if he really wanted to spend time with my son, because I mean, before he was born, my dad was like, at least I'll be able, I'll get to see my grandson, and this and that, whatever. But that's when I was living in he had a rental house I lived in Baton Rouge before I moved to Houston, and then but after that it was just like, well, we ain't gonna be doing no babysitting, and like, babysitting? Is that what you consider it when you have your?
And you should want to, and that's generational curses. What the fuck happened? How did this happen? How did we get here? But I would say, Pat, again, and I'm not trying to be harsh, but I think we gotta kind of force, we gotta kind of squeeze. You can limit it, of course, and manage it. But you still, I think, this is my personal opinion. I'm not trying to get in your business, but what I'm saying is we need to try to extract the value out of these people for the sake of the next generation.
Yeah,
I mean, I mean, I don't. Maybe I'm being selfish because I'm not gonna force my child onto somebody else, especially if they got a bad attitude about wanting to be
my
around
my
my kid.
grandma my grandma was born in the South, and I don't know past that, but like her grandma was probably in slavery. I could make that accusation, and
Mine are in slavery
she's
right
just
now.
shut off and she doesn't communicate. Like I'm asking you, you know what I mean? Like I'm asking you a question. You can cook good and all that. I can cook good too. We can really compete, but that's here nor there. We're talking about like what happened to you? Why do you think the way that you think? Things have changed. Don't be stuck in your ways. They say you can't teach a old dog new tricks. Like it really hits to the heart where you're like, man, goddamn, like we're
I
really
mean,
good right now.
I
We're
shouldn't.
doing really good in life.
Yeah, I mean, I shouldn't be too surprised because I mean, I was, my dad wasn't really in our lives. I mean, he paid child support. He came around from time to time. He would give us a little money here and there. Growing up, but as far as his stepkids got the bulk of him. His second wife got the bulk of him, and he worked a lot and all this, that, and the other, whatever. But I mean, I think a lot of it is cop outs and just you know selfishness. You don't really, because I mean, honestly, like I always looked up to my dad, even though all these other things, when I was growing up, always wanting to have time with him or be in his life, this, that, and the other. And then it's just kind of like he's repeating it again with now my son, that he doesn't want us, spend time with him, or like it's a burden that you have somebody younger, kid that comes and stays in his house, and like as if my son is some kind of animal, like he just, like, oh, it's like every kid, just rambunctious and all that. No, my kid, like my son, like I mean, my
That's his
son
blood.
is, but like it's,
And
I don't know, bro.
it
It
hurts.
kind
It
of eats at me.
hurts.
It
It hurts.
it
It
kind of
hurts.
eats
That's what
at
it
me,
is.
and I act
Because
like it doesn't.
yeah, it hurts. It hurts. I know. I can hear it in your voice, and it hurts me. I don't understand how people, because I had the same issue with my daughter, bro, and I because she's mixed, bro, and people, some people in my family would treat her differently, bro. And and I like the child didn't, like, how can you do that? Like, the child didn't make the decision to, be what they are. You know what I'm saying? How can you take that out on a child, and they didn't have no power over that? Like, they don't have no power over that. Like, there's nothing they could do about that. So I mean, like, and it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. So, but us acknowledging that pain, is important, I think. And that's why it's good about this show. It's like therapy. Again, we're talking about breaking generational curses. And maybe, think about this. Do you think that maybe your dad possibly could have went through something similar
Well,
as a
and
child?
that's the, cause see, me and my cousin that I always talk to, we were kind of discussing some of this, and that's the thing. Like, I was doing ancestry and trying to get information, things that I can pass on to my son, because he doesn't have a direct connection with my dad for him to be like, yeah, my dad, blah 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 blah, word of mouth. So at
Right.
least I can say, okay, it's this, that, whatever. And I can't find anything on my grandfather, like the only,
And that's how.
he did, my dad did tell me who, that, like, their names or whatever, because like they were all like my dad's dad was like real old. Like he died like before I was born.
When we do
My
have a
great
chance, we
grandfather.
gotta get in them baby boomers' ass.
That's what I was about
Before
to
they
say.
ass.
That's
We
what I was
gotta
about to
dig in
say.
their ass.
I was about to
Like
say
you
that.
you
really
gonna give
gotta
it up.
just ask.
You gonna give it up.
I was about to say that's exactly what I was about to say, Elliot, and I'm passionate about it. So, like, he's still alive. You need to try to find a way to at least, like, you can sideways do this shit. fucking have lunch, whatever the hell it is, and just be sideways asking little old questions, and you're fucking taking notes. You know what I'm saying? To get more information to hopefully get you to that point. Because if the names is missing, maybe it's the uncle or somebody else or brother.
Man, my grandma don't want to give up shit. She's straight from Louisiana. You ask her questions, she look at you like you crazy. I'm like, girl, I'm a OG in this motherfucker right now. I was a young nigga before, 10 years ago. I'm an OG now. Give me some information. Nothing.
Yeah, my mom won't give me nothing hardly either. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say the pandemic gives them another reason for them to be able to shut out as well. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. That's a whole nother thing, because I'm having that same problem with my mom and them. They still real skittish. You know, and you gotta, you kind of be sympathetic about that, because older people are the ones that's most likely to, to be impacted by this. So, but that's a whole nother barrier, bro. Look how many things COVID has done. Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I don't necessarily believe in, the hokey pokey. And, of course, if I'm not taking it, my son's not taking it. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I mean, you know what? I mean, it's just one of those things, like my son doesn't know what he's missing. I feel like, once he gets older, like, with me, like, I didn't know what I was missing when I was a kid, you know what I'm saying? And, there was a lot of times where I know that, like, and I've, like I said, I've had good, peers, good times with him, when I was like in a teenage years or whatever. Because that's when he kind of got his freedom, when he was getting his divorce from his second wife. Going into his third wife, I thought things were going to be better. Because, I mean, in the beginning, it was like very inclusive and, hey, I want this. But then, as like I'm growing and, because I went to college mainly because of them. Not because I was seeking, really college. It was just that they, this is what you need to do, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And them, my dad being somewhat successful, if you really want to call it that. I mean, I'm not really, I guess it's successful. He made good money. He worked through a plant, most of his years. And, like I said, I just try to follow him, and I guess find a way to have more time with him. And of course, through I guess childhood pains, I wrote him a letter and left it for him, and then pretty much start getting accused of me, having an issue. I might want to kill them or some kind of crazy shit where I'm just expressing the pain that I was having from a kid, from things that bothered me, and trying to get it off my chest. To be honest with the people I'm, at the time was living with,
and
but
it's so fucking hard.
Me.
It's so fucking hard. We gotta try to break these generational curses, though, because what's gonna happen is it's gonna continue, right? It's gonna happen again.
No, it's not. I mean, because my son, say, bro, I'm gonna tell you, he's very much loved in many places. The places, because I mean, his mom's family, oh my God, my mom, like she's just like she gets to the point where of course, me and my mom, we have an awesome relationship. We always have been, like that's my dog, and I make it, I laugh about it, but I was like, shoot, she don't care if I come, she wants to see Patrick. You know what I'm saying? She wants to see Lil Pat, but now she's very. My mom has always been there. Patrick goes there for the summer. He spends as much time as he wants there. He had, like, it's shoot. that's another home. You know what I'm saying? His grandfather on his mom's side, his mom's dad, is awesome. You know, his grandmother passed on his mom's side, you know, 2 years ago now. But either way, you know, like he's got plenty of people who does love him, and like I said, I'm not gonna force him into a situation where somebody who's, you know, like the negativity. No, you know, like why would I force him to be around people that don't really care about people? You know, they care about the people they want to care about. You know, they kind of, you know, want to be in the little clubs of different people, you know, I guess of their community, but then other people who are actually blood, they look down on and think that, you know, or act as if they're not, you know,
Well,
good enough. You know what I'm saying? So
I haven't heard much from Doc about this topic, bro. What do you think about the? You know, I think Elliot's question is what we probably should kind of focus on, because he said, "What do we, what do we do about this?" So and then I said, "Well, we got to break these generational curses." So then, how the hell do we do that? You know, all these barriers, because everything that's Pat saying are examples of barriers that we're all facing to deal with this. You know, to try to break this curse.
no, I mean you don't like. I'm gonna tell you, bro. Some people, I think God does not allow some people to be that close to you or others, because I mean their spirits, whatever kind of spirits they have, and you know, that's roaming around in their world, is not conducive to the ones that are in yours. And you know, they might look at it as if, you know, you know what I'm saying, you're the bad guy. But honestly, I'm like, hey, you know, look, I'm totally blessed over here. There's so much love. Like, I mean, I don't, you know, it's
but
just,
still, look,
I'd
my
rather
argument to
not.
that, my argument to that is, if these people are direct lineage to this child, then the child being exposed to this can help them be aware of what's in them too, and maybe help them to keep from end up going down that road. What if, like, you don't introduce your child to like a part of their family, and then they grow up to be just like that person?
Well, I don't want my son to be exposed to poison. If I, you know, if I had a pedophile in my family, do I force him to go be around that?
Well, not let him spend the night, that's for sure.
Well,
no.
You're stretching. But
I'm just saying,
my solution to the problem is that I think that everyone should write. Reading is the key to freedom, and so I think that people should write their thoughts down, write their life experiences, create some sort of a book, pass it down to the next person, and give it to the next person. People don't even write letters anymore. It's all, everything is like quick transaction, microwave society. Write down your thoughts, write a book, and say, okay, well, you know, this is how I looked at it from a first person perspective, and then you write your book from your perspective, and then kind of like pass it down.
Well,
it's easier said than done, but
yeah, because people are not gonna read that, bro.
We all have the opportunity.
But look,
yeah, I mean,
what I think is
my dad would just be offended. Like, I mean, you know, if I, you know, was the, you know,
who
because I mean,
cares?
I actually have no, I don't. But what I'm trying to, you know, my whole thing is me, because I do have a book that would probably be, you know, I you know, could potentially be a bestseller, because it's like, I don't want to give everything up about it, but I do have a book that I started writing. Of course, I'm a very busy person at this point in my life, but like once I, you know, I have all of the what's you know, the bulk of what it'll be, you know, what it's all going to be about. And I think it'll be a great book. But and I talk about it off air. But you know, it really kind of talks about, you know, this kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I guess there's an uplifting side because I think, you know, people do have to realize that, I mean, you don't force yourself into any and everybody's life, regardless if they're blood or not, you know, because like I said, there's poisonous spirits that, you know, we directly say, oh no, that, you know, you don't want that person in your life. But you know, if these
But
are
what I'll
people
say
who
is
are
this.
unhappy,
My
people who
argument
are
to that,
unhappy with themselves, or you know, they've, you know, have a certain type of life that,
right. But my argument to that is I think people need to have good examples in their life and they also need to have bad examples. So you can see, look at what this person does and look at how their life is. That's not what you want to be.
well, I'm sure. I mean, there's a lot of bad examples out there that they'll see, and you know that, you know, as long as you have the closeness with your child yourself, to be able to walk them through and talk them through a lot of those things so that they can understand. Because I mean, they're gonna be just like us. They're gonna have their own way of seeing the world at some point too. So I mean, you know, you don't want to hinder them by not exposing them to the world, you know, just like you don't want to wait till they're adults and then like, go ahead, just go and see the world. Because I mean, you know, I kind of, you know, besides my mom and her side of the family, like, bro, I'm gonna tell you, my dad's side of the family is awesome. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they're kind of outsiders even on my dad's side, and I think, you know, honestly, I mean, I would have to say it's because of his the union he's in. You know what I'm saying? Like they kind of separate themselves. It's kind of like, you know, everybody else is some kind of disease or bacteria that just is infectious and they don't really know how to love that way. And it's not you know, my dad is a very loving person, you know, and you know his wife even shows some loving parts of herself, but I think when it gets too close, it's just kind of like, oh, I don't know if really want to, like, I mean, there's, you know, there's some trauma there too, you know what I'm saying, like, and I feel for them and I could see a lot of it, but how do you, you know, like, you just go force yourself on them, and then, you know, like, they don't really want that or know how to handle that type of closeness, like, you know what I'm saying. If my mom had uh, freaking COVID or the cooties or anything or whatever, you know what? She's getting a hug from me today. As soon as I see her, like, I don't give a shit. Like, that's where our love is. I don't care what's happening to her. She's got cancer. She's got AIDS. You know, whatever. I'm getting me a hug and a kiss when I see her, because you know what? If I die too, you know what? You know, that's just what it is. But, you know, and I'm being extremist right now, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing very, you know,
I
saying
get
it's
it.
very, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, you know, I don't know. It's weird. It's kind of weird to me because, like, you know, there's very big dynamics. You know, I've talked to some of my dad's first cousins and this, that, and the other, and they're just like, where have you been? Like, like, they've never seen my son in person because, of course, yeah, I've been busy. A lot of it is my fault, but at the same time, my dad is retired. My dad's been retired for 30 years, damn near 20 something plus years. He's
Damn.
he's been retired, and like, he hasn't spent one night at my dad's house. He hasn't, you know, like, maybe been able to go to some of the little family reunions where I can't be present because I do have to work, you know, to let him meet with them. Like, he's no, you know what? They have seen him. He went to one family reunion. We was there, but you know, like, it gets weird on that side sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't really get it, but and I want him to know that side. Like, I mean, shoot, there's a legacy really on that side of the family who, who we are. Like, shit, we, in from the country, lots and lots of stuff, but I don't know. Like I said, there's some trauma there somewhere that, you can't peel the onion back enough because people are so, you know, ashamed, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what we was talking about. The shame is not there because you don't you're let your ego take complete control, and you are self-absorbed sociopath that's created by our system.
Mm-hmm.
And
And
if you just
I think their religion too kind of keeps them away from people. The because if you're not that too, then you're not one of
right,
them.
exactly. A lot of people are like that right now. People that are like they feel like they're doing the right thing, as far as like, and they are in a lot of ways. But it's kind of like the Amish, right? If you but then that guy Kamaru Fresh, he was saying that it's hard to really live the principles, the spiritual principles, in this day and age, with the whole everything pushing against it. The peer
Yeah.
pressure is a real thing.
Well, see, the thing about it is that like, they've built a world for us that is very unobtainable. Like they give us like, of course, like the religious world, gives these high standards, but then you put everything here available for us to not, like that's more like all of the worldly things are pushed more than, whatever these concepts and beliefs and all this, that, and the other might try to teach you, to where you have to be some super person to, be able to deal, what I'm saying? Like it's kind of a weird dynamic, and they're steadily pushing certain things in the world that just, I mean, I'm not gonna allow to disrupt, my world, but you know, just me having my own way of, my way of seeing the world, where, you know, shoot, really, as a child, that was the best time to try to guide me through certain things. But now I think for myself, and I see, some of the things they're doing as like old and out of date, and it's just there's too much, there's too many things available. I haven't learned. I never learned how to just keep, see one thing and that's it. I think there's many possibilities in the world. So, like I ponder on those different things, and I kind of, give balance between those things, where, they, I guess was at a point in time where that's all they can do. They take one aspect and, you know what, this is the one I'm gonna live with, and that's just that. Where, I don't know, it's different. I mean, am I wrong? Debatable. But
But see, that's what I be saying. Like, and with these moms, a lot of these moms have that attitude, and they're like, am I wrong? But maybe I am. But the good outweighs the bad in my decisions. Doc says, I told you about some people in my family. I'm okay with leaving most of them behind, but my family is a horrible bar to use as a measure. Bro, we all got, man, I don't even want to say too much, but bruh, Doc, I think a lot of people would feel the same way. So I have to say the same argument with you. You know what I mean? Because I would agree with you. And it's hard. It's really hard. It's really hard.
Well, and I might have some bitterness. Honestly, I would say I do have some bitterness because regardless of all those differences I have with my dad, I still see the value of him in not just my life but my son's life. You know what I'm saying? So
come right back.
I do wish that there was more of a connection there instead of shutting themselves off. I called him yesterday or day before yesterday, and he was busy. He was visiting with somebody who was sick and this, that, and the other. But he's like, I'm gonna call you back, and we've had a few differences where like we disagree on some stuff politically, but I never think that that's going to be something that's going to keep him and I apart because we have different political views. But you know what I'm saying? But I guess it does have some effect on him because he believes strongly in the way he does. I do the same, and I think that's hey, we're men. We're supposed to have our own views. I look at him as a sucker if he felt he had to be a certain way just to be in my life or I from either ways. But I don't know, man. Like it's kind of effed up, but it's still my biggest motto in life. It is what it is, and I guess it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
Things can get complicated really quick, and I used to collect a lot of like wires for the television, HDMI, or something for my stereo, or auxiliary cord, and things. I swear, I used to just throw stuff in a box, didn't touch it, and I'm like, how did everything get tangled? How is that possible? There's no, wires from the cable box, and I'm like, there's no way. And it literally did. I gotta sit there for like 5 minutes, like trying to untie stuff, and I'm like, damn, as long as I don't.
You didn't tie them up individually.
Oh, of course, yes. Of course. But I'm saying I just threw it in a box. How does everything get entangled? It almost defies physics a little bit.
It's the spirit of Jada Pinkett.
Everything is moving. Yeah, it's like
the entanglement.
Man. And I'm like, that's why I don't got no friends right now. Like, a couple people I could like reach out to or whatever, but you know what I mean? Like from fucking kindergarten to middle school to high school, like everybody is on their own journey. And when I was younger, the more I got mixed up in just dumb shit. Dumb shit happens. It's like, why? Cousin got killed. Case hasn't been solved. Bro, it was gang violence. You know what I mean? The police don't care about that.
No, just the
life gone. You said
That's
what?
one thing.
You know how much you know how much that would ruin their lives if all the cases got solved and they ended gang violence. They ended, all these things.
For nothing, for pennies. I'm like, what did you really die for, bro? Nothing. You'd be like, nothing. Because I didn't like him. Or he wore a different color.
Bullshit.
And I definitely keep I definitely like my son, and I'm not going for none of that.
But just think about like how much people would have nothing to do. They wouldn't. So a lot of people wouldn't be able to point their finger at people if like the world was nice everywhere. Like it's not conducive to them to truly solve issues because there's a lot of people really like being able to point the finger. It's like there's a lot of moving parts and pieces, and there's things that caused these situations. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can blame it on the government, but a lot of times it's the people that moved along with things that the government may allow for you to do. Because I mean, that's just like when parents separate, divorce or whatever, and not only do they leave their wife, their spouse, their girlfriend or whatever, but them having a kid, they're also leaving their kid to their own vices. You have shit, it kind of hurt my heart to hear people that deals with that, because me and my ex, we make sure that we have a good relationship still throughout all of this, because we both have enough love for our child to make sure that they have as much of both of us as possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, even to this day, like me and my son, we talk every day. Like, I'm a truck driver, I'm on the road, whatever, but he gets a part of me. I might not be able to have that physical, time with him every day, but he does have a mental and spiritual aspect of me every day. So, and those things are important. And of course, I'm still, I'm doing things because I want a lot of his teenage years to have me there, so I can, walk day to day with him, to have that type of thing in his life. But there's some parents that get to a point where they never, like, shit, when my mom and dad separated or divorced, I was like 4 or 5 years old, something like that. So practically my entire life, I was raised up without a father. My oldest brother had some time. He's 6 years older than I am. So if I was 4, like he had at least up to 10. So he had a lot of his formidable years as far as with my dad, where I think that's why he was more angry growing up than we were, because he knew what it was like with him there, and once he was gone, it was just kind of like whatever. But I think those relationships really do matter, and I think that because of the way I was raised, how me having that absence made me know that I wouldn't allow that to happen to my son. But yeah,
breaking the cycle, break the generational curses if we can. A lot of this is abuse. Because neglect is abuse. We talk about sexual abuse, we talk about physical abuse. We don't talk about neglect.
I would say more trauma. And sometimes even if you don't go through something like a schism, it's in your brain, and we have to learn to not be desensitized, but rationalize and say, okay, well, yeah, we want to break that curse, but what are we going to do to break it? How are we going to do it? It's not going to happen to me. It's not going to happen to my children.
But look, Elliot, I'm going to tell you, I think what Chaka just said is more true. I think I mean, it is abuse because I mean, if you think about the mental abuse that comes with you.
No, I didn't disagree with that. I was just saying like trauma. Trauma sticks in your brain where
the neglect
well,
causes trauma.
Yeah, because it is both. The trauma. Yeah, exactly. Like like the fact that
trauma sticks in your brain, and your brain doesn't know how to differentiate trauma versus a past issue. It's always gonna stick.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. And you see, like I think a lot of boomers, especially black boomers, didn't exercise expressing themselves a lot when they were growing up, or having to be quiet about this, shut up, and like things they went through as kids, and they kind of didn't know how to they didn't know how to talk to other people. They don't they didn't really as on a real level where they're expressing feelings and dealing with them in the moment, to where we being raised with mothers, a lot of us do express our feelings, and sometimes it's sometimes it might be too much, too emotional for some guys, but at the same time we had some of that because we were raised with mothers, but by them holding these things in and never really fixing their issues, and then when they're dealing with us, they don't really get to the bottom of the because I've gotten some whippings in my time, but I never really fully understood, or did they even try to understand why I did what I did, or it was just, oh, you did it, okay, you getting a whooping, and all right, shut the hell up and go on. Kind of that slave type of mentality, like man, I'm gonna whoop your ass, and then that's it. You got to be able to talk through a lot of things so that there's some understanding. Like if you whooping a kid's ass and they don't really understand, they know that they did this act, but okay, why was that? Why did that act bother you so badly? Like why? What's so? How can I even avoid doing this shit again? Because I'm really confused about everything that just happened, and because of the way their parents taught them, that might have been just coming out of slavery themselves, that was right, like on the verge of slavery themselves, and it just, that mentality stuck with them so much because they don't know how to express real feelings.
Yeah. Communication, we don't know how to communicate effectively. I meant to mention that earlier because we was talking about something, and I meant to say that because not being able to communicate effectively because you don't know the words, and you can't be honest, you're afraid, you're trying to be politically correct, and I think beating your kids is abuse. I don't agree with it.
Well,
I think we have to. Like you say, you can't find the right words.
I'm whooping that for the right reason. Other than that, you have free will.
Well, I'm gonna tell you now, because I think like in Patrick's entire life, he's gotten two whoopings, and I never went ham on him. You know what I'm saying? But it's just kind of when they're exercising certain tendencies, and it's kind of like a little wake up call, because like I don't necessarily believe in it. Like I want you to understand, but when you're not, really listening, you kind of just moving on a path that's just not, good. To be able to deal with the world, say if you have a certain mindset, and I gotta send him out in the world, and he can, he had a bad temper at one time, You know what I'm saying? And you go out there and try to do that. So I feel like I'd rather give you the whooping than the world. You know what I'm saying? So that I think that there's some times that, you know, we do need to get to that point, but we can't use that as the crutch. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get, you know, dig down deep and, you know, to become like our kids appreciate our failures, really. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
to be able
Hey,
to
you
be
gotta
in touch
really
with,
push. You gotta really push parents. I mean, I can't speak for everyone. There's a lot of people in the world, but you gotta push a person to a certain point where it's like, this is not rational. What the fuck are you doing?
yeah. Well, I mean, and that's if they're listening.
Like,
If they're listening, you know, yeah, you may not have to go to the point of that little wake up call, a little, you know, spanking or whatever. But, you know, when they're kind of being stubborn, they think, oh, well, you know, they're untouchable. Nobody's going to do them nothing. Yeah, they will. And you know what? I'm going to start it because you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
and
Let
you
me
know, that's me. You know, like I said, I'm not like getting to the point where, you know, like I want him, like if I talk, you know, because I threatened him with it at first. So first of all, I need him to let him know I'm real. Okay, you know what? I thought me threatening was gonna be good enough. I gotta follow through with my word. So it's like, look, you know, just don't, if you you don't like this, don't test me like this no more. Like we can, you know, I'm gonna give you enough respect to where, you know, if you gonna talk, if we gonna talk about this, you know, we can talk about this. But you know, if not, I mean, we can do this all over again. You know what I'm saying? Like it's my job. I'm ordained by God to protect you, and sometimes me
For
protecting you
real.
might mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it may
at
push
least
me
hurting the
to.
I
feelings.
went in on my son's ass. He said, don't hit me right away. I'm like, dude, you know I'm going in. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. Well, you know,
Yeah.
like,
Let me read
it's
the comments. I'm behind. Doc says police call it population control. I'm so late, I don't even remember what that was. And he says the criminal community keeps its own population in check. He says it's one of those problems where everyone has an answer, but no one has a solution.
Oh
And he
wow.
says here have to be solid lines, and they must have crossed them by choice or whim. I'll give a break when he was talked into it the first time.
Well, you know what, and I do appreciate those comments. Those, you know, that's some real shit. But you know, I mean, we think about, you know, we hear. I know I've heard some of the stories where, shoot, the whole neighborhood. You know, I did something wrong. The whole neighborhood, shoot, Miss such and such, and Auntie this and this that, and the other got a piece of, you know, whoop my
it takes a
ass.
village to raise a child.
But none of them really talk to me.
But what about the days when you were young? Could a teacher spank your ass? Remember when they used to hit him with the ruler?
Yeah, I got a ruler. Shit, well,
Shit,
in
we was
my
calling the
school, it
police.
was a
In
paddle.
my age,
Well, yeah, now
Yeah, I
it
used to
will.
get
But I mean,
paddled all the
yeah, I
time.
got, man, I
like,
got. Say, bro,
At
no,
school.
sir.
Mr. Cozy, may he rest in peace. But I'm gonna tell you, bro, he lit me up a few times, and that shit woke me up. I'm like, all right, you know what?
He said he lit me up.
He did.
I ain't gonna lie. The paddling had no impact on me. I got
think the
paddled
only
all the time.
I was still
I-
stubborn. I was still stubborn, but I was still like, all right, you know what? I need to do something different because I don't
I
want that
think the
shit.
reason I didn't get as many ass whoopings as I should is because the mandated reporters. Because I'd go straight to school and be like, yeah, my mom beat the shit out of me right before I came in, and my mom was like, shit, I'm going to spank your ass when it's right, but other than that, I'm not going to do anything extra. And I was like, I wish you would put your hands on me. And my mom look at me like, boy, don't get it fucked up. You hear what I'm saying?
That's how you was with your mom?
Yeah, I definitely was like, man, you better back the fuck up off me. Talk to me. You like, let's figure this out. Why I did this thing wrong? Don't be putting your hands on me. Period. Because I know you think. Come on.
That's why we thought you was white at first when you first started the show.
Right. He said you sound like a white kid.
Yeah.
Don't be putting your hands on me. I'm not going at all.
Because most black.
Well, you know what? Like I
wouldn't work.
Didn't have enough nerve. I didn't have enough nerve to talk to my parents.
That wouldn't work in most black families, bro. That's not for the
Oh God. I know.
Say, bro, that does not work in the majority. Like you're part of that 1%.
Yeah, because that don't work normally. Things gonna be worse. Things are about to get worse now.
They
finna call in reinforcements.
I could call my mama right now. I got $100 on my name. I could call her. She'd be like, "Yeah, I was a little bit scared to spank his ass."
They gonna call in rein.
If I would have said something like that to my mom at during that time, like
they calling in reinforcements.
We would have moved straight from a 3-dimensional world into a 5.
I'm telling you, they would have called in reinforcements. They would have beat your ass and then call somebody else to beat your ass.
I told my grandma one time. I said, "Well, if you can whoop me, then my grandma can whoop you because technically that's your mama." So
yeah.
He said you sound like a white kid.
Yeah, you gonna have. You say that most black families, you gonna have the whole family finna come beat your ass.
My grandma came over. She said, "Don't be putting your hands on that, baby."
It's like he said,
Yeah.
"What?"
Technically, my grandma and my mom should be whooping my ass.
Yeah.
Right.
Who the fuck you think he is? And then a lot of abuse. I saw a lot of abuse, bro. So like I saw people getting hit with broomsticks, chairs, extension cords, irons. Bro,
that's real abuse.
I seen that too.
I ain't gonna lie. I thought that I was getting it when I got it with an extension cord. You know what I'm saying? But
that's why I thought the shit was retarded because I seen a mom punch my homeboy, my ex-homeboy, because he went through some other shit, but like she like punch him in the chest. No, she punched him in the face like a grown man. And I was like, man, I wish that bitch would. I'm turning this motherfucker completely out. You got me twisted. Like I said, mom, try it. Like you seen that? Like, no, definitely not.
You had a totally different experience than I had.
Me too.
Because I might not be. I don't know if I would be here talking to y'all today if I spoke like that, about my family in any kind of way. Shoot.
Let me read the comment. Doc says, right quick, paddling was a point of pride when I was in school. Fuck, it's smacking you down is worth the licks. That's Doc. Me and Doc agrees because it was kind of like, well, how many am I gonna get? I'm gonna get 4, 5. Okay, whatever. And it was like, I don't know. I didn't really get in trouble at home, but I got in trouble at school a lot, and I didn't get.
Well, that. But you know what? I think too. Like they had a myth going around the school that the principal had an electric paddle, and you know what I'm saying? Like that was something like anticipation. Like, oh damn, am I gonna get the electric paddle? Like you never really saw it. But then he had a wooden paddle with a wire tied at the end. At the end of it, like,
that sounds even more weird. Like when a motherfucker, like when they showed what was that, Roots? I'd have been like, man, this is like slavery all over again. Definitely not. Like this has to stop.
Corporal punishment period is pretty much has the ties because I mean, from what I understand historically, that's not something that melanated people dealt with to a certain extent until I guess our interactions, well, at least here or even in Africa, that until the interaction with the Europeans, whether they were black or white, you know what I'm saying? Because I mean that was just something that came from that part of the world. But however,
Now, let me tell you what I didn't like. The paddling didn't bother me, but they had those little round sticks. I had a teacher that would say ball up your knuckles, and then they would pop me in my knuckle with this little stick, and that shit kind of hurt. I ain't gonna lie.
Say, bro, TOR is what drove me nuts. Like trying to make me sit down somewhere for the entire day and write, like copy, copy some bullshit that you have to, TOR.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's the worst. Yeah. That's the worst. When they do detention and all that shit, I'd rather take the paddles. Give me the paddle, please. Please.
Let me just get this over with and send me back to class.
Detention was real. Like, I will not do this like 100 times. I'm like, man, I rather learn what I need to learn and get the fuck out of here. Like,
yeah, detention was a definite deterrent. It's like, I'm gonna do my classwork. I don't this shit. It's like prison, bro, and it's torture too. So it's like a torture prison. So it's just suffering the whole time, and it's just like, yeah, that make you want to do your work and not get in trouble, bro. Because that detention shit, that shit there.
Right, like
did y'all school? Did y'all schools have windows where you can see outside?
Not if you was in like a detention.
No, I'm talking about regular
no,
classroom. Well,
definitely not.
Ellie,
you was always facing the teacher, and the window was right behind. Like that was like the gateway to get out, but you can't get out. Only way out was the door. And they didn't have cameras either. Now they got cameras in there. I'm like, man, if I was in high school, shit, I would have definitely failed. With cameras, I'm like, we were doing all type of weird shit.
To your point, Pat, I think that there's less because, like, it depended on the school. Like, I was in a lot of schools, so some of them had but I think that in our childhood, there was more windows in the schools. I think that because, like, Anaya's school, her, all through elementary and middle school, she didn't really have no windows, bro. It was like the only windows were up high, and it just was like light shining in. They couldn't see out, though.
Yeah, that's because I mean, I think in elementary school, like they had windows, but they was not necessarily stained glass, but there was like that old distorted glass. You can't really see clearly through it, and like you got excited if you heard the lawnmowers pass by. You looking, just to see some other life form, or whatever. Like it's like almost like you was in prison, even in school. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
because you couldn't see out clearly. Doc says, I played cello through middle and high school. I wouldn't accept them smacking my hands, and my parents and music teacher would lose their minds if they tried. That shit hurt, bro. That shit, they did that shit to me. He said translucent glass is probably what you're talking about. He says like the showers.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, man, it's a lot of stuff that I don't think that we really realize is had an effect on us as well. Because I mean, going to school, like you're already a boy, like boys get affected by puberty, I think somewhat before
later than girls, for sure.
You said later or before? Because I say
later. Girls go through puberty way before boys do.
Well, yeah, possibly, but at the same time, theirs don't show up in the with a mask, something sticking up out the side of your pocket to you know what I'm saying, that they could be embarrassed.
Right.
They can hide theirs, you know what I'm saying? And it's like just having these long periods of time where you just gotta sit there in class, and then of course the stress of when you start having those reactions, you know, in class, and it's like, oh, please don't call me up to the front, please, please, please.
Yeah,
Don't
like
call
you
me
gotta
up to-
wait to get up or you prolong it. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
me too. So earlier, Pat, before you got on, we was talking about Easter a bit, and like like the history of it and where it came from, and then ultimately, what I like to say is that it's totally okay to celebrate these things, even though people are now kind of shunning away from it. You know, as long as you really understand what's going on and you don't get lost in the
The hype. I mean, I would say, I mean, a lot of people lie to their children. I seen a meme where it was like, you know, we don't want to lie to our children, or no, we call our children a lie, but then we say Santa Claus is real, or the fairy tooth, or the fairy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, that's where it starts. I talk about this all the time. I talk about this. That's how it starts. We lie to them, and as they grow older, they keep on discovering things that are like, wait, that wasn't even true at all. Like everybody was lying to me over and over and over again. That happens. I don't think that's a proper way to raise a child, and that's why we have so many cynical people, because they don't believe in anything. So that's the worst, right? Like that's not really an atheist. Like believing in nothing is like that's nihilism.
Well, I look. I told my son, yeah, Santa Claus is real. You got your gifts, right? I was like, yeah, I play Santa Claus every year. You know what I'm saying? Just you know what I'm saying, because it's because honestly, like that whole thing, like that's a part of how we get programmed on something. And like this whole idea of belief, like a belief, and in the word belief there is be lie. So so like you're being a lie with a lot of these beliefs, and there's something that's good in knowing, and like the whole comfort of having something that you can really point to and say, okay, this is that, or whatever. A mythology that started years ago, that hundreds of years ago for certain, that you don't, what I'm saying, like
I kind of feel like if you can't explain it and it doesn't have something like a backstory or a folktale, then let's just cut all that out. People go broke trying to please the children to give gifts, but you don't want to start a business, and that's hard. You know what I mean? A business is hard.
Trying to make sense out of something that makes no sense. And like I'm steadily trying to justify it and try to give new reasons why they should stay in this whole realm of belief. Like that hinders a child. Like it's not like someday real magic is gonna pop up and some of these things are really gonna happen. You're gonna have to deal with the reality of it, at some point. Like. And the longer you do it, the worse off it really is.
Right.
Because
you're
now
struggling
your
the whole
child looks
time.
at you. Your child looks at you as a liar.
Yeah. And they struggling the whole time, and they expecting this thing to come that's never coming, that's never going to happen. But I want to go to Elliot's point of the pressure of these holidays. Let's talk about that a bit. The pressure on parents, like Christmas especially. The kid has to go back to school after Christmas, and he has to deal with that question of
what you get. What you get for Christmas?
So there's pressure there. There's pressure there, especially because so regardless of how you feel about it, you under this pressure because your kid is going to get bullied at school behind it.
I don't know about
And then,
bullying.
and,
I mean,
and well, not bully, but the teachers kind of put a little bit of pressure, and they kind of, I think the teachers are more aware than we think, and they just kind of sit back because of the curriculum, and then you apply that with coming back home or back to school, kind of home. You spend more time there than you probably do at home. You know, the kids are asking, "What did you get?" It's a simple evaluation.
No, it's bullying, man, and people don't know that they're doing it, but that's what we've done in our society. Because, like, you come back, even if the teacher asks the whole class, and they go around the class and ask each person individually, "What did you get for Christmas?" You know, how is each one of these kids, the kids that I was one of them kids, bro? I was there. The teacher
well, I
asked.
don't know if there's still.
I-
I don't
I
know
was
if
too.
there's maybe one or two
I didn't
grades
get
that they might have
shit.
done it.
And then there's another question. What did y'all do over the summer? And then these kids are like, we went on vacation and we did all this and we did that. I didn't do shit. I ate cereal and watched fucking Saturday cartoons.
Me too, bro. For real.
But y'all don't hear what I'm saying. The
Beast
pressure.
Beast Wars type shit. Beast Wars, motherfucking. If you had cable, when the cable man used to climb up. No, not even the cable man. He was bootleg. They gave us cable. We had cable for fucking about 10 years, and one day everything connected, and they were like, "Nope, you guys don't get it anymore." And they could have charged my mom. They could have been like, "Well, you got cable for this long, so you owe us X amount of dollars."
Yeah. Yeah, but
crackhead climbing the pole. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, I know all about that. But we talked about that in the other show too.
See, I get lost in those conversations. I didn't grow up in that type of.
I know all about that. I know all about it. To going out there and turn on the water. But this is beside the point. The pressure of this pressure that these parents are under, that and then it's transferred to the children. And then it's like this with a lot of the holidays, like Valentine. You can name any one of them, but Valentine's Day, I gotta buy a gift for my significant other. You know what I'm saying? Or something ain't right or whatever. But what if that's not in my budget to buy you some kind of gift just because Valentine's Day showed up? That it's not fitting in my budget. So, but you're under this pressure.
I don't participate in all of that. Like from young, yeah, okay, happy Valentine's Day. Yep, I love you. I mean, that's
you're fortunate. I love you every day.
Well, and that exactly. I mean, that's my whole thing. Like, I'm one of those that, like, we don't need a holiday for us to have this, supposed, this type of connection. Because, I mean, shit, my son, he's got Christmas all fucking year round. If he decides he likes some shit and he's like, muster up the courage to ask me, or I say courage, but like if he wants it enough, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, look at this." Like he'll go on Amazon and send me the damn thing. It's like, "Hey, look at this, blah blah blah," and shit. In most cases, shit, I got it. If I talk to his mom, hey, what you think, blah blah blah, and if we agree, all right. Well,
Yeah, I'm like that. I'm like that too, and it's probably because of my childhood too. Because my daddy didn't really celebrate Christmas. He's like, you could give gifts to people anytime, whenever you want. You know what I'm saying? But my point is the pressure, though. But even with the Valentine's Day example, she goes back to work, and her coworkers ask her, so what did hubby get you for Valentine's Day?
Well, you know what? I usually when I was married, I would beat the clock with all of that because shit, I'm sending something to her dad. They know what popped. You know what I'm saying? Shit,
Yeah, I've done that.
they
The
you know,
thing
I
is,
guess like
I think that the other aspect is okay. Well, I don't believe in these things, and then you still end up
I
participating.
well and
Like
you know,
like
but see because
Easter,
the people in your
I
life
understand. I
because
understand
you know
Easter.
go ahead, I'm
Go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I understand like Easter's coming up. Um, I express that this is something that just has to pass, but still end up participating. That's all. That's really all I'm saying. Nothing more.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
it's almost like being like under duress or coerced. It's
well, I'm gonna tell you. I guess my point of view is I don't like, especially like Valentine's Day. That's like one of the like, okay, is it only Valentine's Day for women? But it is an important thing to them. And when you care about them, you know, yeah, like, all right, you know what,
But
this ain't about
but
me. You know, just like
but
Mother's
I'm
Day
the
or
type of man now that even if it's not a holiday, you don't think I like flowers too?
well,
exactly.
that's another thing. You know, like
But
I would appreciate. I mean, I probably wouldn't know how to handle it if I did get it because it's like, you know, this is not.
but my
I mean,
argument
who
is
who's
even if
fucking
you
who?
but look, I'm gonna read comments right after this.
You
Y'all
are
fucking each other. Uh, let me
Shit.
let me read comments after right after this. But my argument is that what if you do want to celebrate the holiday, but you don't have the money for it? That's what I'm saying. The society is putting this pressure on you to spend this money that you don't want to spend, that you don't even have to spend. It's not in the budget. Let me read the comments before you comment, because I'm way behind. Doc says, but is a childhood myth really a lie or a fairy tale, a story passed down generations? I'm gonna read on. He says, when I confirmed the secret of Santa to my son, I also explained to him that it was his duty as a man to keep the magic alive in your younger kids and let them believe in magic just a little longer. I don't know if I agree with that though.
Me either.
Depression, let me keep reading. Depression is up during
Boy, you tripping.
holidays. Family stress, lack of family, suicides, struggling, people pushed over the edge by seeing all the happy people, or worse, unable to feel participate in the joy. And that's what I'm talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. That pressure. He
Well,
says,
but
I
see,
feel pressure to be happy. Wait. It's a couple
well,
more. Because I've been neglecting these. He's, he says, I found a bag of 200 cable wire seals for the boxes. It was a nice find. I don't know what that was related to. We don't do Valentine's Day, and we have suspended Christmas until we are buying a house. First year in the house, B-Day gift for both of us in the house. One more comment. Valentine's is easy for me. First time I was with them, I sent them a potted rose plant. If they understood, I sent them a live plant instead of a dead flower. We made it live 3 more years. That's what I like too, bro, Doc. I'm like that too. Them damn flowers are just gonna die. I hate it. I hate it. I grow stuff. So I hate seeing plants die. So I hate seeing those flowers like that. So when I buy flowers, it's always a plant. It's always alive. Um, that's what I like because I'm watching the wither. It's like the flowers, you're just watching them die, slowly die. And it's like,
all
you
right,
know,
well,
the thing about that. Let me make one more comment. It's like, it's there's a philosophy related to that. It's like if you love the flower, you don't pick it. You enjoy it in its state. You know what I'm saying? If you really love the flower, but it's like, your selfishness is when you pick it and you take it with you. You know, that's you're not really love. You don't really love that flower. You know.
well, well, I want to address one of the things he said about is it really true, like you know, continuing a myth, and I would have to, you know, I'm gonna be a Jamaican and answer a question with a question. Like, I mean, is you know, especially when it comes to Santa Claus, like, is Santa Claus really bringing you gifts? You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, a lie is a lie, and you know, I think the sooner you get past that, and you can still have celebrate this time of the year with family members, your children, and this, that, and the other with a recognizing the truth of this whole ordeal. So it's like it doesn't have to be this some chubby man is coming through a chimney that we don't have. I gotta leave the window cracked. Like you coming up with more lies to try to make it more real, where you can just be like, a lot of times the kids don't ask until they get to a certain age, 4 or 5 years old, whatever, blah blah blah, because they're hearing it elsewhere. Because I never told that lie, that Santa, well, you know what? I went along with it once or twice, but after a while, I'm just kind of like he's old enough and he needs to know this sooner than later. So it's like, just like Jesus, I'm like, yeah, he exists, but I'm him. I'm.
Let me play devil's advocate on this, because really I agree with you. But other kids, what about the other kids? You know how like each parent deserves the right to raise their child how they want to raise them, right? So, but then your kid comes around telling their kid, hey, Santa ain't real. You stupid.
Well, but you also got to look at it from the point of view of those other kids, because there's some kids that might still be living the fantasy, but there's other kids around them that's not, and then them living in the fantasy because they're like this. Somewhat happened to Patrick was they laughed at him. Oh, he believes in Santa, and he's sitting there like, he's real. You know what I'm saying? Like, how what I'm saying, you're leaving your kid in a position where they can be ousted either way. You know what I'm saying? So I think the honesty side of it is more of a what I'm saying, a better policy than to have them getting ridiculed by their friends, their peers, because you want to, because a lot of times as parents live vicariously living out that whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like kids, they gonna appreciate the gifts and stuff anyway. They still they can still have the Christmas time to get what other kids are getting, and but they still know the truth of it all. I think it's more beneficial to them than the parent being able to go through this fairy tale time periods or whatever.
Let me read the comment. Doc says, that's when you explain it's about the spirit of Christmas and not any symbol or religious belief, about giving family and spreading joy. And then the other one, he says, you're talking about like 10-year-olds. I don't know about that. I agree with Pat. They could be as young as 4 and 5, kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? As soon as they're talking, shoot.
Yeah.
Because that's when they start asking questions.
The sooner the better. Yeah, the sooner the better. Because they're going to school and they're talking about these things, and it's like, honestly, like if somebody come creeping through our house, like I'm coming with a gun first, not
cookies and milk.
You know what I'm saying? Like you want to, like, the sooner that they're able to perceive reality, the better. Because otherwise, I believe if you're setting them up for some failures, some confusion, and just let it be what it is. Because me, like I like, okay, I love Christmas time. It's good, good time of the year. You're able to hang out with family, blah blah blah, and like that's mostly what it is for me.
Oh, Doc sent me some stuff. Go ahead. My bad. I didn't have Facebook open, so I didn't see.
He sounds like he can, if he had 10 grandchildren, he can give out 10 iPads. You gonna send me an
iPad? You're not my kid.
He said I love children. You said you love Christmas. Like, let's go. Let's run it up. We're gonna run it up. Let's go.
Well, I'll be looking for my gift too.
Yeah.
For real.
I mean,
Yeah.
Hey, fair exchange and no robbery.
you know what I'm saying?
That's really what it's all about. If you could just think of something nice, because usually the thing is, like you, Pat, what the hell gift can anybody give you? Like, what the hell do you not have that you want really? Like, you are the kind of man, and I'm that guy too. I pretty much, how do you buy a gift for me? So, but that's what you do though. You try to figure out something nice, like, something that, maybe helps you, like in your case, I would give you a gift of something to help you motivate you to work out or something. You know what I'm saying? Some kind of, like, I don't know,
Oh, what
a
you trying to say I'm
timer,
fat? What you trying to say I'm
some
fat?
some walking shoes or a workout outfit or a gym membership. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Well, no, I get it. I mean, and that's fine because I mean, that's probably some things that I don't have. I mean, I don't have everything. I don't. I mean, I don't think it's possible to have everything. But at the same
But you get
time,
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. Everything you
no,
want and everything you need, pretty much, like, you have it because you a grown man. That's what I'm just trying to get across.
well,
It's like you
yeah.
you you get and have what you want for the
All of
most
my
part.
ne- all of my needs are fulfilled, and I would say most of my wants. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, and like I really a lot of times I'm pleased with the gesture because a lot of people do feel like, I have everything. You know what I'm saying? But just the fact that, shit, freaking, look, I done got little bitty gifts just like, you know, shit that might have only cost $5, $10 that I was probably happier with than, the damn
Exactly,
iPad.
because it's something that you can actually use. Like, that's what I mean. You have to know somebody enough to be able to get them that thing and that's what makes gifts special. It's the thoughts, actually something like, wow, I actually need, like let's say you drive and you're always messing with your phone when you drive, and really all you need is one of them things to freaking put your phone on, you know what I'm saying, while you're driving, the little, I can't think of the name of it, but the dash
Yeah,
cam little thing, the
the
mounts,
magnet,
phone,
yeah,
little phone
yeah, the phone,
mounts,
yeah.
and it don't cost that much, but it's like something you just didn't buy for yourself, or you whatever, you just didn't think about it or whatever. Somebody gets it for you, you're like,
But
whoa, this is cool right here. I
but
should,
you know what? Because I've been using those things for a long time, and that's like a need for me. That's one of those things I have to have in this truck because I shit most of the day I got YouTube rolling. Of course I get to glance at it from time to time, but I'm mostly listening to something while
yeah,
I'm going down the road, and it's through my phone. Whether I've switched from iTunes, to from Apple Music to YouTube to Facebook or whatever, even shit. What's the new
yeah,
TikTok?
yeah.
And
I
I
get
can
it.
swipe, but
I
yeah,
get
I
it because
have to have
they're
that.
useful as fuck. So, but I was just using that as an example
No,
because I think
yeah, yeah, yeah,
somebody
yeah.
had got that gift for me one time, and then after that I was addicted. I was like, man, I need to use this all the time.
But you know what? Because like a year or two ago, the last chick I was with, they end up with this thing, in this way to be able to gift people things that they wanted, where you can go on and pick out things that you like that's within a certain price range, and I got shoot a couple of them, because my birthday is right around Christmas, so I got some of them for my birthday, some of them for Christmas or whatever. But one of the things that and I didn't use right away, but it's a binoculars. You know what that is, right?
Binoculars. No, what did you say? You said
Binoculars.
No, I don't. I don't. What is
Binocular.
it?
Yeah, it's pretty much
So,
like binoculars, but it's a single one, and I can connect it to my phone and actually look at stuff, and I can see it from my phone. Like I turn my camera on, and I can look up in the sky, look at whatever, and I can just look at it right on my phone. I love it.
Oh, I still don't really know what that is. That sounds like some cutting edge ass technology. So does it show it in the air? What are you saying? How do you the unocular? Is it a piece of glass? Something that you put on? Is it your glasses? I don't. I'm still not getting it. Oh, we lost it. Let me read the comments. Doc says, sadly, though, not because I was being a great dad, but because his grandparents stole custody and had forbidden me to talk to him about things, they eventually got a restraining order to not be in the county he was in. God damn. All his life, my son has always trusted me to tell him the truth, so I did. I also taught him how to research the truth. He knows something was wrong by 5. I got sole custody when he was 10. Yeah, yeah, bro. I went through it. I don't want to reveal too much. Well, I have a video. Well, I told a lot of it. It was called My Story. So if y'all curious. Yeah, bring the tissues. Bring the tissues when you watch it, because you might get teared up. We lost Pat. I think we've been having a good show today. Today was a good show. I wasn't happy with Wednesdays, Thursdays, or even Friday's show today. I'm happy with this one. I'm satisfied with this show. This was good. I don't know why. I don't know what the recipe is. I really don't know what makes the magic happen. But I was thinking that I don't like last night and tonight. I was thinking I didn't want to make it too structured and think about it too much, because I feel like when I let the show happen, it tends to be better than when I'm trying to have a structure, because I would be doing that, and I kind of try to have segments, and even sometimes I write scripts. I'll write it physically down or I'll memorize it, but that stuff be coming out robotic, and it just it ends up not being good. I'm just better, I think, off the top. I think I'm better that way when I'm thinking on my feet, and I'm just making decisions in the moment of which direction to go in and which topics to because I be trying to keep the conversations from going stale. That's the reason why I be changing the subject sometimes, because sometimes we be saying the same thing over and over, or we're kind of going in a circle, or even the topic is we didn't already beat it to death. Doc says we flow well. I agree, bro. We're a good team, bro. I really like how Doc does the fact. That's why I was talking about last night. You wasn't here, but I'm the future. My projection for the show is kind of 10 to 12 people in here talking, and then you got me introducing topics and changing the subject, and then you got Pat kind of regulating the conversation, because he's pretty good at be hey, let the dude speak and stuff like that. So delegating the conversation, and then we got Doc looking up, fact checking and shit, and all this happening in real time. I think is going to be really cool, and it's kind of we're building skills here too. These are skills that can be used in other ways, but also can be sold. And then people watching the show or people that become fans can be aware of the skills that we are portraying on here, because we use psychology. It's a lot to it, and we're using technology. So a lot of people wouldn't even be able to do what we're doing, because they don't understand their phone and stuff good enough to even do it. You get what I'm saying? And you're also building skills that maybe you could use in other ways. Really, I'm trying to build a brand, y'all. I'm investing in me. So y'all be talking about the stock market, and what should I be saying about the stock market? But I still believe in investments and shit. I've been investing a lot of money in this show and in this brand of this King Chaka ENT brand. I tried to drop an album. It might release. I did it on Spotify. Some of the music that I have on the page, I went through Reverb Nation and tried to do a publishing deal or whatever. I have to pay monthly for this, but I haven't got the confirmation that it hit yet. I would love to see the music on Spotify where you could just straight up stream it and I could put it on my playlist. Because the sound quality, that's the reason why I listen to Spotify. I mean, like some of the other streaming networks do have better sound quality, but like YouTube sound quality is ass. I'm sorry. If you really want to enjoy the music, it's better to go through a streaming. So that's why I want people to be able to stream my stuff and have it at a high quality sound. So yeah, I've been investing, bro. I spend a lot of money. I'm investing in me. I'm investing in my brand. I have faith that, this thing can blow up and turn into something that can actually make some money.
Yeah,
And I was
I
thinking,
mean,
I
I
was,
believe in investing in yourself. But for me, I'm just kind of like I don't want to put all my eggs in one basket. That's
well,
just
yeah,
that's
because it's not wise to do that. But I go to school and I have a regular little old job. So, and then I do other
yeah,
little
but you
projects.
see, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, shit. When I really pop off, you ain't got to worry about it because shoot, it'll be another thing for me to what you're doing will be another thing to invest in. Because look, I believe in investing in people, not necessarily brands, but people. So based on the type of output. I mean, shit, just the fact that you're doing something makes me like, you know what, I want to support it. You know what I'm
That's how
saying?
I
But
feel. I swear to
yeah,
God, whenever I see that hustle, I love to see that hustling spirit when people grinding. And that's what I be saying. A lot of times, man, all people need is like a hand, just a little bit of help. And it's crazy because it's been my experience. The people that squander the help, the people that are like I say, you give them money and doesn't really help them. Those people get the most help and it'd be wasted. And then that's what gets people from actually wanting to help people because they don't want to be just wasting their time and money. You know what I'm saying? So, but then you got the guy that's out there that all he needs is a little bit,
yeah.
like mice.
Well, look, and I'm sorry. I just want to add because, like, like I have a cousin. He's gotten into the trucking business, and he doesn't need money. He needs, he needed more guidance. So I invested in him with giving him knowledge that I had. And he's a smart dude, so I mean, he's kind of doing it, still his way, but with, some foreknowledge. So I mean, that's also investing in people. And
Yeah.
the return I get is just to see that, he used the knowledge and like he did well for himself. So, every return doesn't have to be monetarily. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, and that's what I was trying to say earlier. So you put it in the words that I've been trying to say the whole show. I think I was talking about it before you came on about like loving thy neighbor or whatever. There's a benefit. You benefiting from that. You really are. Like it's a real true benefit. Like you helping him because, like I say, the value. That knowledge is way more valuable than giving him money, anyways.
Yeah, yeah, because I mean, too, money like that, and especially the way I feel about money is like, I've always been able to get it, and spending it, doing, investing it here, whatever. Like, shit, I've seen losses all my life, so it's kind of like, I don't have that fear of loss, because it'll return because your intentions or the things that the way you see it is where you can kind of see more of a benefit one way or another because I mean even through your losses you have gains because most cases you learn something. Don't do that shit no more or do it this way instead of that way.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And this is what I tell people because I know the wrong way to do like almost everything. Like I'm stubborn as hell. I'm so hard-headed, bro. They always tell me don't do that or whatever, and I be like, shit, I'm finna try this shit out.
Yeah, look,
So,
I ain't gonna because you ain't gonna feel satisfied unless you at least
because I don't know. I can't go by what you saying. I just don't know. I'm sorry. I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I gotta see.
and maybe you just didn't put enough effort in it or something. Like, I need to know. I really got to know. So that's how I go at life. So, but that's why it's good, this show, and that's why I feel like I can help people. It's because if anything, I could tell you what not to do.
Yeah,
I can tell you that with confidence.
And I can hear, like, I hear that type of stuff more than anything. But do you know how many people told me, like, giving me examples of people who failed at trucking? And I was like, well, some people's experiences are different, and for you to expect that, I'm gonna make it a losing situation because somebody else did.
I hate that about our community. Jay-Z said it really good in one of his songs, but I hate that about our community, how, like, they always they always have reasons not to do something. They always have reasons to doubt you. You know what I'm saying?
It's fear.
It's their fear. That's what I was about to say. They're projecting their own fear on you. Like when we were saying before about how, like, if you post online on Facebook, I got the job, you're gonna get 2,000 likes.
All kind of yes.
If you post, I started a business.
Hey, I'm praying for you. I appreciate that. I mean, I thought you was praying for me before now, but okay.
Good. They're like, good luck with that, baby. Good. You gonna do go ahead, baby. You go ahead and do that. You gonna, hopefully that works out for you.
But but that's what's crazy to me, because they'll give me an example, one or two examples of somebody who failed at it, and of course I got more questions about that, because I'm like, okay, did they manage? How did they manage it? Did they have separate accounts? Did they do this? Did they do that? Or did they have a maintenance? Some way to be able to take care of this and that when it comes about? Are they just putting all this money in one pot as if it's all theirs, and like all that stuff really matters. And like I was just a company driver before I became an owner operator, and I've heard all the stories, at least most of them. So it's like there's still thousands of successful ones, and I'm supposed to follow the example of, or be in fear of what happened to one or two people, or do I bask in the idea that there's more, a lot more successful ones that I can look to.
And I'm not scared of the grind. So a lot of people are afraid of the grind, and you really can't judge them. Just wanting to have a job and just go to work and get off and not have to worry about to take your weekends and take your vacations. You cannot blame them for that. But you got people out there like me. I'm game for the grind. I'm game for the challenge. That's what freaking keeps me going. Like this, what I'm trying to do here. And I swear to G, man, to the point I'm at now, I don't even check my views and stuff. Like, I don't even care. I feel like it doesn't matter at all. Like, I'm all in on this shit. And I'm gonna make this successful, bro. Like, without a doubt. It's gonna catch. It's simmering. You know what I mean? The show's just gonna keep on getting better, and I'm gonna keep getting better. We're gonna keep getting better. Whatever. It's gonna keep on growing. I have no doubt about it. So the views counts that I get per show matters nothing. It doesn't mean anything. You get what I'm saying? When the time comes, when it happens, it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? It's all about me building these skills to be better at what we're doing, and getting closer to accomplishing the goals that we're trying to accomplish, and just going down that road. So I don't care what anybody has to say. You know what I'm saying? I'll keep trucking. If I die, I die trying. I gave it my all.
That's it.
I'm all in. And I put in work, bruh. I put in work. I don't be going to sleep. I get off the show. I'll be editing. I'm downloading. I'm thinking of ideas. Oh, Elliot, are you still here? Let me play you this. I don't know if you saw this. I made a transition clip because what you said hit me it hit me when you said it during the show, but when I was editing later, it hit me even harder. So here,
look up something to back check. kind of like
Oh, yeah.
cross reference.
It's
Yeah,
a precursor.
I should put the.
Hey, look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what really drew me in.
What y'all think about it? It's pretty cool. The reason why they're really short, I use them for my little clips whenever I do the editing of the show, because like I say, I like to record analog, right? So, but when I do the clips for the video, you know, I make clips out of these lives, and I use those transitions for, like, you know, a lot of different ways. So whatever, it's just kind of like appealing to the eye, because, you know, people kind of get bored. So, like, you know, anyways, like I say, I'm getting better and better at this, like the editing and everything. Like, I'm learning every time. I'm learning new shit every time I make like that. Like, I never made this last one, the one I just played for y'all. I never made one like that before. That was the first time. I didn't even know how to do that before.
Yeah. Well, nah, I mean, I like it. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. That's something that I don't have the well, I'm not gonna say, because I'm a patient person, but I don't know how long I can sit there and really do the editing and stuff. Which, you know,
It's
I wouldn't
fucking
mind learning it to know how to do it.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's painful. I'm gonna have to, for this show to continue, I'm gonna have to have help with that. Like, and me and Doc had a meeting. We chopped it up and had a beer, and we was talking about it. And damn it, what's the name of it again, Doc? I want to say Etsy.
I used to send my music somewhere else to get it mixed and mastered.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. So yeah, when I did my beats, I like to mix. But if I wanted to make it really good, then I would go to the studio and we would mix it together. I have to be there. And but anyways, yeah, so there's an app that I can send stuff to and pay the people to do editing for me. So at some point, that's what I'm gonna have to do.
You talking about Fiverr?
Fiverr, yeah, that's it. What did he leave? Did I miss any comments? Here's one. He said, once I have 2.5 mil in the bank to produce 6K a month and pay taxes, everything after that gets divided by 3. 1 basic stock portfolio focused on growth. 2 real estate owning retail property operating B&Bs. 3 investing in startups and friends.
They said rental, not retail.
Oh. Yeah, I'm getting tired. It's almost 5 a.m.
That's all.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, the show, man. What do y'all think? Let's wrap it up on that. And like the other week, we played the clips of the show and did the little thing. I thought that was really cool, and I got some good clips out of that shit too. I made a couple transitions out of that shit. It was a treasure trove of fucking kind of good stuff. So, but like the direction of the show and improvements on the show, and what do y'all think? Like, you know what I'm saying? Let's talk about that for a moment before we wrap it. What y'all got to say? Because like I say, man, the editing, like you said, man, that shit fucking sucks. And it takes a lot of my time, y'all. When I have to do the uploading process specifically, like the editing takes forever too, but the uploading is just painful because I can't really do anything because those screens are weird. If you exit out of those screens or do other stuff, it might fuck that upload up. If anybody's ever dealt with digital or audio, they know what I'm talking about. Whenever you're exporting, because I learned this years ago when I used to do music. Like when you're exporting, it's good to not be doing pretty much anything else because otherwise something could happen, and things happen, and these are problems. And it becomes a big problem too. When all you have to do is just not do anything. But the problem is the screen savers and stuff. Your computer wants to close, and that can also fuck with these kind of processes. So like I basically got to sit there and babysit the computer for an hour and a half, 2 hours, or whatever long it fucking takes to upload this content. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, I think, I know I have personal things that I want to work on, and I mean, as far as everything else, I mean, I think everything is good. I like the chemistry, just the content, the way, because, of course you can't, in this day and age, I got an issue with how to express some of my stuff because I'm used to being so straightforward and just saying what I gotta say, but it allows me to get creative on how to say things at times. So, but yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I know I got personal stuff that I'm working on.
Yeah. So that's developing a skill right there, being able to articulate yourself on a complex subject in a way that's not gonna, I don't know, cause us to get
Because I don't want
pitchforks.
to offend people. Yeah, I don't really want to offend people, but I do want to, express, like I'm a real dude. You know what I'm saying? I'm just used to really expressing myself. If I'm gonna talk about it, I talk about it. If I'm not, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? So but like at the same time, I mean, dealing with the public, it's not so much about people's feelings, but it's more so, I guess, about I guess it to some extent it is about their feelings, but at the same time it's not. But but yeah, it is teaching me to be more creative about how I can express things and still with a strong enough point, like with the still a certain directness, but other than that, I mean, I shoot the different thought processes that we have here, different angles, points of view, perspectives. I love it.
Yeah, I think it's great too. I think we need to we just need to kind of like think of topics to cover because we got to, it's a lot of content. This is a lot of content. Produce a lot of content. So trying to keep it fresh is what I'm worried about a bit. But I don't want to cover, because I was talking to somebody about this recently. I don't want to cover too much of like local news type stories, although I do want to cover news stories because those stories get old really quickly. And I want these shows to be able to, be rewatched, and be kind of timeless. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to date them, and if we cover too much, yeah.
The developments that can happen through the show, because I mean, there are going to be some local stories that we probably could touch on, but at the same time, it is really that's the same old song when we get
so
there.
it ain't much value in it, and it just the like it might get clicks the first couple days, but then after that, ain't nobody gonna want to watch it. The news is old. And the story didn't change, and more information that came out. Let me read the comments. Doc says, pick up a cheap refurbished desktop on eBay to do the mule work, uploading, have for an extra screen while broadcasting. That's a damn good idea. He says, every one of us can improve our words and how to use them to express yourself without using fighting words.
Yeah.
And hopefully, like I said, I don't want the pitchforks, so that's why we have to be careful. And the pitchforks can be physical or digital. He says, Chaka, stop saying I'm losing y'all. Think it all you want. When you give it a voice, you point it out. No benefit in that. But yeah. I guess I'm thinking out loud, and I don't know. I think a lot of this show is me thinking out loud. Like all of these are my thoughts. I'm just bleeding them. I'm just fucking spilling them. So yeah, I get what you said.
I'm gonna tell you, but it's not you. Because I mean, let's just say, all right, you're losing us. But I mean, for you to project it to yourself as if that's what you're, doing. Sometimes we're just fucking lost. Like I have full days pretty much every day. I'm working for the most part 6 days a week. So from me driving, potentially getting a little nap before coming on, because if I don't, a lot of times I probably will get be passing out in the middle of the show. I'm just honest, like I'm probably going to fall asleep during the show.
And Doc says, then stop thinking negative. I have to say that I don't look at it as you're right. I should not say it because it's projecting, and then I know psychology. If I say I'm losing y'all, then that's probably going to cause me to lose y'all, even if I wasn't. And then it also, the psychology of me thinking that way is going to probably make me do something that's making it true, like I'm projecting it and creating it reality. I get that point. But at the same time, I have to keep in mind, like you said, read the crowd. You know what I'm saying? And I'll be trying to feel the vibe. Because sometimes maybe it's just like something that's not interesting, that I'm trying to share, or I'm just not, finding the right way. Or maybe it's just this dry ass video I'm playing, or, you know what I mean? And I feel like I really need to be catchy on that and catch that and go ahead and redirect it.
Well, and sometimes it goes into being, you can, maybe you should be provoking, because I mean, a lot of times that gets people's attention, because there's been times where I've been dog tired, but the conversation got me to a point where I was so crunk, like, shit. Yeah. Nah, I can't go out. Ain't no going to sleep now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But I mean, and I know that's gonna be kind of hard to really determine. That's a hard job, but your job is a hard job. But
yeah, well, I know what topics will wake you up. It's the flooding the border.
Oh, not well.
That's one of them.
Well, yeah. See, and that is something, how to provoke me in that way.
And we talked about abortion earlier today, about the pro-life, and I kind of wanted to get your comment on this too. That I'm glad we got this far. Let me read this. He says, "Don't ask us then ask us, don't tell us." So I should just say, "Am I losing y'all?" instead of saying, "I feel like I'm losing y'all." Okay, I got you. So, but the pro-life argument of what about these kids once they are born? The pro-life argument is like, you got to have that baby. You be responsible. You knew having sex was going to make a baby. But now the baby is here and the baby needs to be taken care of. And that's going to take, resources and time and effort and shit. And so what about the community helping cover that burden, what I'm saying, of making sure that child gets proper care? Because it seems like the pro-lifers care about the baby all the way up until they come out the womb, and then after that it's like, screw that guy, get in where you fit in, buddy.
That is a good good question, because I mean, I can speak for someone who's closer in my circle, because it's like, if you having issues, you have because I mean, I mean, you know how we are, even though even being being a divorced or whatever, shit, we love kids, shit, we gonna do what we can to help those nearby, close by. And no, I don't necessarily trust the whole, because I mean, my point of view really is, it is pretty straightforward, but it does have some, conditions to it, because, I do think that, like I said, like it might seem conflicting, but I do believe in choice, being able to have free choice. But when you look at the point where you're subject to these laws, that that's I guess could hinder that situation, you have to find another way around it until you can either get those laws changed, fight to get those laws changed, or just keep from having to be in that situation to begin with. So my position has always been pretty much the same. I don't like abortions, but I think that in some situations it probably is the best thing for those people. So are we, I can't
Because
take
my
I can't I
argument
can't
is, what about the
I
life
can't
of
take
the
on
child?
millions.
Because
Yeah, I
the
can't take
life,
on millions of kids personally.
the child suffering. What about the suffering? Because that's the other side of the argument. Because a lifetime of suffering. I mean, like, but who are we to make this choice? I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I feel uncomfortable even saying this.
Yeah.
But a lifetime of struggle and pain. You know what I'm saying? A horrible life.
My thing too, like, I mean, I guess for some people that would be something that they would enforce, but that's a question to rise with those, hardcore pro-lifers, because you know they're the ones that's going out of their ways to make sure that these things um have validity, whatever their ideas are. Because I mean, and to some extent I feel like they're you know trying to make some people accountable for something that they don't want to, you know they want you to be able to not to be able to decide. But when it comes, once we're on the other side of, all right, no abortion, but here's a kid, there's no real resources to help this
And I
kid.
think it comes from an ugly place, and I think it's all about control, because those people that tend to be on the pro-life side tend to be on the cut social program side too. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, "Well, white babies don't have that much of a problem. Plenty of elites to adopt them. Darker babies are out of luck unless they live in poor country so they can get adopted for social media cred or by celebrities."
To add to that is that the darker babies are, they if they are wanted by the dominant society, is for some
nefarious,
evil, yeah, some dark reasons, and which is real shameful. But if we had more of a balanced society where you know just as many black people could afford to take on some of that, the brunt of that, where they could be better positioned to adopt, that would kind of maybe even the playing fields. But I don't know, man. Like,
I love this comment right here, Doc. He says, with abortions, we should all agree the subject of threat to the mother's life, defects, incest, rape, etc. should always be off the table. I think there should be a bottom baseline, because like all of that right there is straight up common sense. Like, what rational person wouldn't agree with that?
Yeah, I couldn't see that. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't think there's really many places that you can find,
Well,
like an
we got Arkansas or whatever
Yeah, I don't
state
think.
that was. They just passed it in, and it's like
No,
that in
no.
Saudi Arabia. It's like that in Afghanistan now with the Taliban.
But I mean, that's just like, if this is something that's been put into law, like, it's okay to be put into law, but you have to make some statutes to it, some amendments to that law where those things can be included, because a lot of these people that are pro-lifers are somewhat short-sighted on the effects. I mean, all they they care
Oklahoma
about
was the
is
state. My bad. Oklahoma was the state. Doc corrected me. Oklahoma.
well, of course, Texas went first, right?
Yeah, but Texas isn't
Oklahoma
as strict as that one. The Texas one said no incest. There's no exclusions for incest or rape in that one.
in Oklahoma.
Yeah, in the Oklahoma law that just passed.
Yeah. No, I mean there has to be some boundaries, because I mean nothing is just clear cut and one solution for everything. So I think it is unfair for them to try to go with that, but I think that in some cases these things come up so that you can challenge them.
Yeah. So the Texas one is not nearly as strict as that one, because the Texas one is like 6 weeks or something like that, which sucks too because a lot of women don't even know they're pregnant. But the one in Oklahoma is at conception. And in Texas, I think there is exemptions for rape and incest. Let me see. Doc says Oklahoma went no abortions, very few exceptions. And they're trying to push the SCOTUS to challenge Roe versus Wade. I've been saying this for the longest. We've been marching down this road. See, that's what I want people to understand. You want to blame Biden or Trump or whoever. They've been marching down this road since before Trump or even Obama was on the scene. They've been marching down this road, going in this direction, building this way.
This is not a new thing. This is actually pretty old. Like this is like decades long.
They've been trying to get this way. They want to get it to the point where they can overturn. They don't agree with. It's a pretty good segment of people in the United States that don't agree with Roe versus Wade. They think it's wrong.
Well, and that's fine. I mean, but these are sometimes a lot of these overly religious people who take things a lot more literal than really seeing the figurative parts. Really understanding the world that we're in. Like this is not the New Testament.
It's not black and dry, and it's like the simple as good versus evil shit. There's a gray area. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And it's really, I'm glad you mentioned religion, because that's exactly where my brain was going to on it. Because these people, no offense to y'all, who's doing Ash Wednesday and celebrating Easter are the same ones who are on that. But they're on that because their pastor is telling them that. And like what Elliot was saying earlier, he said that he feels like there's a bigger agenda. These people got bosses too. Somebody is giving a narrative, because all the churches, how can they be singing the same song on a certain topic?
Well, see, that's one of the things where they say that there's no, the whole church and state type thing. No, that stuff is still connected, but just where they want it to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's how crazy our world is that they do have state at least has a part to play in church, but not vice versa, where church can really really give any demands to the state. You know what I'm saying? So it's really
well, I would disagree with you on that, but technically you're right. But in practicality, I would say you're wrong, because like the evangelicals are a huge voting bloc. So they have sway over a number of politicians, and they can push their agenda. Therefore, it's like in a secondary way, as far as the religion having an impact on the state through these lobbies representing big groups like the evangelicals.
Well, I don't know how, you know, powerful these people are, because I mean most of them are like everyday people like you and I, but you know, I think sometimes these are the people who just they have louder voices. They, you know,
Well, because
fight
of the
for those
group.
things.
It's the group. It's the power of the group because you got this huge voting block. That's where the
Well, I
power
mean,
comes in.
well, the thing is that well, I guess like they have a win for now, but I think that when somebody really challenges these things, bring it up for review, whether it's over, because I mean that's all they had more consistency. Like they kept going, they kept going, they kept going. They the ones put up billboards, you know, telling you, you know, how, you know, saying trying to get it, you know, people's hearts on how, you know, this is affecting people, where at the same time, you know, because you can be sent a message so much that, you know, you once you see it, it touches you and it makes you like, oh man, like damn, this is not good, this, you know, damn, I'm seeing it. But if you're ever really able to get both, you know, both sides of it on a regular basis, you can have more of a balanced idea of it, instead of just trying to say, you know, one way is better than another. Like I said, that's the best answer is usually in the middle. You know what I'm saying? There has to be some middle ground in order to have some balance, because in the next year, 2 years or some shit, when they see the problems that it presents, then it's gonna be a scurry to try to get a lot of this stuff changed, or there's, you know, either they'll relax on some of the, you know, these ideas and practices based on actual accounts, you know. But like I said, a lot of people, you know, once they're fed something for so long, that's the part that sticks, you know, subliminally. So they until they're able to see the reality of it, then it loosens up.
Doc, send us an article or YouTube video or something in the group chat on that topic, and please, because make it easy for us, because we lazy. send us an article or YouTube video, or because you was like the 5D thing in the generational warfare. Send us something, bro, in the group chat this week, and we'll cover it next week's show.
Yeah,
and what was it?
Because I mean, you know, because you know, because to me, I have to question some of the, you know, our population issues, and you know, if because I mean, of course, everybody kind of has their own opinion on that, but you know, if there's too many people from one perspective, and others think there's not enough, then like where do we find the middle ground there? Because I mean, you know, of course we need to continue having babies in order for the world to continue, but how do we balance the rates in which,
I don't think
you
that's
know,
ever will be a problem. I think if you let abortion be as legal as fuck, like the damn pill that they get and all that shit, I don't think it'll matter. We're like rabbits. We're gonna keep on making babies. Doc says,
but that's
would Tim
what
Pool give you a hit? I don't know who Tim Pool is. Just send it anyway, and we'll check it out. Because even if I can't play it, we'll read the comments. But if it's an independent, it's probably fine. It's usually those big networks that I have problems with. You know, the major networks, and if it's a really big channel, like I got hit with Jim Rogan. He's in Joe Rogan. He's independent, but he's really huge, so his stuff is protected too.
Yeah,
I got
but look,
hit
I'm gonna say
a couple times.
I'm gonna say this because you know some of the projections that they're making can be based on things that, you know, we don't see right now, because certain things that they're information that they're privy to. Because I mean, I've heard different you know, different speaking points on where a lot of these people that have you know, done the hokey pokey dance that won't be fertile uh coming, you know, into our near future. So maybe this is something to try to combat or balance, you know, the amount of
The more y'all
newborns.
shit, the more we talk about this, the more I start thinking of Gilead again and damn Handmaid's Tale, because like all of that sounds like that. Because like the women, only certain women could make babies. And then the thing about that is in the story, well, in the show, they didn't explain why, but why I guess doesn't really matter. But what if it was something like this, some kind of accident or whatever, something happened, and most of the women can't make babies, and now you only gotta. And if it's a situation like that, then of course they're gonna force those women. And they in that show they was breeding the women out, like they didn't have no choice because they were the only fertile women. So after they had a baby, they went on to another family to have another baby for another family. And these were rich people who were like whatever aristocrats or whatever. So of course they couldn't have babies,
What
so they
what
would
well, see, and
yeah.
that's a part of that's a part of like this whole narrative that we're seeing through the LGBT organization. You know, I don't want to pick on like, you know, individuals, but the organization itself is actually looking at like their like the whole idea of changing how we label these people, the trans
I,
community, and then you know, especially on the women's side, because you know they're looking at these, you know, biological women will have to go be considered baby carriers, where
I I
anyone
think it's
else
just
and
another way to break. They've been busting up the household. They used child support and then in incarceration. They've been busting up the childhood for the longest. And I think this is one of those in game moves of busting up the childhood, the home, the
household,
household.
yeah,
That's what I was trying to say. The household.
yeah.
Because earlier we was talking about how like the father's not being there and how like the balance of this having so much impact on the child and how they grow up and develop. And so then you now you even perverting the household to the extent where they like a lot of women are feeling like there's no reason for they don't need a man like for nothing, and the child don't need no father or no male figure in their life at all. So like no knocking on none of these relationships. Do what you wish. Be happy, love who you free love. I don't judge nobody. But as far as the child's development, if there was a father to that child, that father needs to be in that child's life. And it's really simple.
Yeah, but you know, I do have a problem with the fact that, you know, this is something that's being promoted as if, you know, people are not, you know, like it's a natural thing where people end up being attracted to the same sex, to some extent, but for whatever reason they feel like they have to promote it and, almost um, guide children or even, young people to that type of mindset, or that thought process of lifestyle. But because if it was really that natural, you wouldn't need to do it. It would be something that would happen anyway, and who's gonna be that way will be that way. But it's, to me, it seems it's obvious they don't really believe in that, because they feel that the promotion of it, and is more than acceptance, because we've accepted it for centuries already. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody really, like, yeah, there's some weirdos that go out and try to, harm people, that may live that type of lifestyle, but that's not like a common thing. For the most part, most people do accept these people, so it's kind of weird to me. I'm confused in a lot of ways, to where, I, when they're trying to promote this thing, do you believe it's natural or not? Does it really just happen, or do you feel like you have to compel people's minds to that this is an alternative or another way of doing things, or what? You know what I'm saying? So like I said, this is a big question that I have, because most people I know, like, this was just something that they started feeling, or maybe they always felt, and okay, yeah, they hid it or whatever. But one thing that personally, like, I don't want to promote, just even heterosexuality to kids, at a early age, because it's gonna cause certain things. Yes, they need to understand certain things about life and the evolutions of humans. But at the same time, I think doing this stuff too soon and projecting these ideas begins a certain type of perversion. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I said, I'm still trying to find the answer, try to understand this stuff a lot better than I do. But for people to say that this is something that's normal, people are born this way, this is gonna happen no matter what, then what's the purpose of promoting it at such a high level, like to almost force it into people's lives?
Yeah, there's something to that that's nefarious. Let me read Doc's comment. He says the decline of America can be tied to the destruction of the nuclear family, but another argument was the family an invention of the powers that be in the first place? And oh my God, Doc, that's so heavy that I might want to do all next week's show about that, because that one comment would take 4 shows to fucking break apart, because I think you're right both ways. I think you're right that the decline of America is tied to the destruction of the nuclear family, but I think you're also right that the family was an invention of the powers that be. But the modern family, I would say that the thing is, we have to remember our roots. Our roots are matrilineal. We've been studying this stuff in my class, North American archaeology, and the way the houses are set up. And if y'all know what a kiva is and all of this stuff. So the way the houses was set up was related to the moms and sisters and stuff. And so the men, they have their wife and they would live there, but again, it's matrilineal, so they're living with the moms and sisters. So they had the kiva, which was like a man cave area. So that's what I'm trying to get. Like the family structure is there, always been there. Like it's man, woman, child. That's the holy trinity. That's life forever. So that's the family. The family is the basis for everything at all. It's a kingdom. So, but they have crafted this. What do they call it? They have a name for it.
Let me say this and see if this is something that'll spark a good conversation, because I
can't go much longer, but yeah.
I think to some extent, to a great extent, that patriarchy is a psyop. Like, I think that it's our world is presented as a patriarchy, but when you really look at it, like most of our laws and things that we do goes more to the benefit of, if we're looking at the female. But even though the destruction is coming by breaking down the family, most of everything is geared to benefit women in most cases. I for a long time I feel like most things that we do, especially as men, is to satisfy or bring happiness to a woman.
And your argument is so perfect. Wait, let me jump in there, because the feminism is a reaction to this patriarchy, which isn't even real. So that's another reason what makes feminism so stupid, because it's a reaction to something that's not even really real. So like the idea of the equality between a man and a woman, that's another thing, like about the gender argument, Like there's really no argument between that, you know. There's no real equality between men and women. Men are men and women are women. We fit each other like pieces in a puzzle, but it's not equal. Women are good at this things and that things, and men are good at this things and that things. We complement each other. We're not equal. There's a difference.
Yes, that's true. You know, but like I'm saying, like the whole idea of patriarchy is, you know, a way for, I think, some men to feel to have more power, or to feel that they have more power. But in most cases, you know, men are doing things to appease a woman. I mean,
Anyway,
of course, maybe, yeah, you know,
almost
even if
everything,
it comes down.
because what you're saying is 100% true, because almost everything you do, guys, is for that. It's usually for a woman. Why do you go to work? Why do you pay a mortgage? Why do you want to drive that Benz? Why you want to buy that Gucci belt? Don't lie to yourself.
For some guys,
You know?
why do they even wash? Why do some guys even wash their ass?
Exactly.
You know,
Don't
I'm just,
you that's a good example, because like I'm like that sometimes. Like I mean, like, but you know, I'm very hygienic, but what I mean is like, if I'm gonna be around a woman, I'm especially gonna make sure my hygiene is good. So like a guy is not gonna be like if you just around dudes all the time, then you might not give a damn about taking a shower. Like, you know. But I wanted to say the nuclear family. That was what I was trying to say earlier. Then creating that nuclear family is that patriarchal, fake patriarchal system. And also the other part of that is a free man. Like I said this before in some other shows, like how do you control a man who doesn't have a family, really? Like he doesn't have a husband, he doesn't have any children. Like this man is gonna do whatever the hell he wants to do. So the thing is, when he has a family, when he has a wife, he has children, now you have a way to kind of control him, because he's worried about his family, he's worried about his wife and his child. You hold them hostage, really, because right, you gotta provide for them, you gotta make sure they're good or whatever, you gotta protect them and make sure nobody hurts them, right? So you know that means you're not really free. You can't just roam around the world and do whatever you want to do. You got to make sure family is good. So that also means you got to get a job and pay bills and get a mortgage.
yeah, and let me add to that, by saying that I think that in most cases, us moving more into an LGBT world becomes more of a patriarchy, because here's where men, because you know, there's a few women that, you know, wanna, you know, that identify in the, you know, on the male perspective, but there's a lot of guys that's, you know, truly like on the feminine, or you know, that will, you know, they'll be able to manipulate the you know, the female, you know, being able to use themselves as being a female, but still biologically being a male, and dominate by using femininity.
And that's what I'm saying.
Like,
that it absolutely benefits the patriarchy, and that's what I be saying. That just gay alone is, you know, like gay rights. Let's say that's like white man rights, if you will, because that's who's gonna benefit the most out of it. You know what I'm saying? So it totally supports patriarchy, and it's really retarded. And same thing with the feminism, because they upholding patriarchy with this feminism. It's so dumb. Let me read the comments right quick. We're gonna have to wrap it. I'm tired. It's 5:30 a.m. Doc says the Florida don't say gay law that has everyone upset is simply not allowing schools to teach sexuality, gender choice, preference to children in K through third grades. Well, that sounds pretty logical to me. Let me read this one. It says, "What I want to know."
Go high. I think it should go higher than that. I think until they reach junior high, like I think they're more stable-minded. You know, once they get to junior high, and then that's like where puberty is really, you know, at its highest. They need to understand more about their bodies and things like that. The sexuality part, you know, is still probably a little much. I know that they're probably, like kids are having sex at an earlier age, but is that something that we're promoting because we're, bring that into the world sooner than?
We already had this argument. I kind of stand on the other side on that one from both of y'all on this one. But let me read the other comment. It says, "What I want to know is when did strong black women turn into angry, raging biotech?"
What? Where did that come from?
I don't. Oh, biatch. Okay, that's what it is. Damn, took me a while, and I'm a black guy.
Well, but see, that's because I'm gonna tell you, there's a lot of frustration in black women because a lot of times they don't realize how conservative they are naturally, and because of the positions that they're put in, the confused ideas they get from the left makes them feel that like it keeps them in a perpetual fight because they're fighting against their nature.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say. That it's making them crazy. The media, all this stuff there's even this illusion of patriarchy, the consumerism, like they catch the brunt of this stuff. The sexualism, like I can't even find the words, but they catch the brunt of a lot of this stuff. So really, it's driving them crazy, is what I would say. Angry, raging biatch. They're insane, bro. Like this,
and they don't know what to tie it to. They don't really know what to tie it to because of course, they're still fed narratives that is their man is the problem, but it's really the government is their problem.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. This thing is literally making them insane. Like they're so confused. Like, and I'm not saying this about all women. I'm just saying, the attack is on them more than us as far as their mental.
Yeah.
Like if they really want them to be crazy.
Well, the ultimate attack is on us, the black man. The ultimate attack is on the black man. But they use they directly go to them because they're the easiest.
They're the mothers. They've raised the child. And these sorry ass niggas that's running around, and all of these chicks that be talking about all these sorry ass dudes that's running around, who made him that? You know what I'm saying? And how many of these households didn't have their father in them? All these pussy ass niggas y'all got running around, y'all made them. So that's y'all fault. That's why y'all dealing with these sorry niggas that's
let's not do that. Let's not do that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's their fault. They raised these children. Let me read.
But let's keep the balance that of course we know that they're confused and they're angry. They don't really know where to direct their anger, and a lot of us are, even some fathers are at fault because even though the mom might have put you out, it's still our responsibility to keep our ties with our children, regardless. Like, we have, we take on the responsibility of the woman, but it is definitely our responsibility of the child. So, just
that's
because
easier said than done. I've seen there's so many examples of women making it extremely difficult.
When a woman wants to get some shit handled, she goes and she puts it on paper. She'll go get child support. She'll whatever rights need to happen. A lot of times men are just kind of passive about their kids and what they what they deserve because as 50-50 partners in parenthood, you can't just be like, oh well, she tripping and whatever. No, look, you know what, you got a fight on your hand effing with me because
it's been my experience that fight causes a lot of damage and you still lose because that's what happened to me. Let me read the comment. He says, "Nah, man, I love a strong black woman, but now the ones that call themselves they are so freaking combative now. I think they are, and they're turning the men away, like they're pushing them away, and that also feeds into the LGBTQ because they can't find no man that can handle that. That's how they say it. They can't handle me, so then they find a woman that can handle them because the woman understands them better, or whatever. This is not Doc, boy. I think this is just what the.
Well, but part of your statement wasn't necessary because just that you arose that question shows that you care about the black woman, and which is pretty awesome. I mean, it shouldn't be like that's some far-fetched thing with your nationality, or if you want to. I mean, we're all humans, you know what I'm saying, and we should care about everybody the same way. But there is a unique problem that is going on with the black woman, and we really need to focus on that because at least from my understanding, that's the beginning of civilization. This is the beginning, and then
That's why I'm hard on her. But
if that's broken, if she's broken, so is the rest of the world.
Yeah, that we have no chance, zero chance. She is the key, and that's the reason why they go through her. And like I said, that's the reason why I'm hard on them. But I mean, you're right. We should come at this from a point of love. You know what I'm saying? And understand that, just kind of like a person that has like a chemical dependency, that person has a problem. He needs help. You know what I'm saying? A person that has mental health.
I mean, look, I'm gonna tell you, Kevin Samuels has a quote. I agree with a lot of things he says. I disagree with a lot of things he says. But like one quote that he uses a lot that I totally believe in is that pressure is for the shoulders, not the hips. And women don't have strong shoulders like men. We're supposed to take the brunt of these pressures that they are, they've allowed themselves in because of the narratives that spun throughout our nation. Because for whatever benefit it was to the dominant society, they kind of fell into it. First with feminism, and then all the other things that spun out of it. So we do have to handle it with some special type of gloves in order to, if we really want to find the solutions and resolve these issues. Because if we go into it, rashly and abruptly to a very sensitive situation, and the entity that's very, sensitive, we got to handle it differently than that, So
yeah.
Well,
I'm tough.
I want us. I look. I am too, to a certain extent, but we can't go at it so directly because it becomes an attack.
Yeah, I don't want to come across that way because I love them. I'll say all the time, I say the black woman is God, and I say it all the time, and and it makes people mad. I really believe it. I love them, and I also feel like the world ain't gonna be right unless they get right.
Bro, look, I be, I'm on a lot of this stuff, but look, I'm gonna tell you, this is what it is. Man is not God, and woman is not God, but man and woman together is God.
Yeah, and I
you
completely
can't
agree
create
with you.
by
Really,
yourself. You're not a creator by yourself.
I completely agree with her. I just give her a bit more reverence than men. I think it's natural because they only have a certain. They only have a certain number of eggs.
Just like women are supposed to give more reverence to men. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like the whole idea of women being, even being able to say they need a man is it's so hard for them to even just say they need a man, not like to pay their bills or to make sure they eat or, no, but just for them to have a sense of peace.
Yeah.
They need us. For us.
And I need them. I worship them. I need them.
Yeah.
I do.
I do. I mean, yeah, and shoot, I love a woman so much that my praise of them will have them shaking and trembling at the
I love them. I love them. Man, we're gonna have to wrap it, bro. It's 5:40. We've been at 4.5 hours. I think there's one more comment, Docs. What did he say?
For sure, man.
Let me wait. He says trans power in the world is a complete show. Did I read that? Nah, man, I love a strong black woman, but now the ones that themselves competitive. I read that one. Now just strong black.
Let me just say this. Go ahead. Go
ahead.
Finish it.
He said now
Well, I want to say this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I wanted to say to Doc is we knew it was a show, and people who are blinded by it are just, I don't know how they couldn't see it. But when the Kardashian, what was Bruce, Caitlyn was made Woman of the Year that year, like that should be like a significant thing for people
and if
to
I was
see
you should be mad. Every woman should be mad at that. Like Woman of the Year, like, oh, you go, girl. No,
goes to a man. It goes to a man. The Woman of the Year goes to a man.
And just like what we were saying before, it benefits them the most. This whole thing benefits men the most.
Yes.
Let me read some more. He says, we is more than me, so much than you have to flip the first letter upside down. I love that, Doc. Man, I should put that on a freaking t-shirt or something.
Hey, bro.
He says,
and we gotta do something about that. We gotta do some.
I know I'm looking at the thing. It's leaning against the wall. I'm looking at it right now, and the box is in the closet. I haven't done nothing with it. Let me read the comment. He says, "Man, made Woman of the Year and hadn't even been a woman for a year."
Yeah, wasn't even a woman for a whole year before she got the Woman of the Year.
Doc, stop it. Doc, stop.
He's still not a woman. I mean, but that's how it's gonna start fucking with people's heads. Is that okay, Woman of the Year.
That's mean, Doc. You're being mean. You're being
Doc.
insensitive. You're being insensitive to their feelings. He identifies as a woman. The argument I have with my daughter was, she said, how come you can't just respect, that's how they feel.
Well, but you got to think about it. Like, there's things that I feel that that can still be wrong, and I think that can happen with anybody. I mean, sometimes feelings can be confusing, but one thing that is for sure is that when you science is the study of, and when you have studied certain things for long enough, there's really nothing to discuss about it anymore. There's definites. And, if you are born with a penis, no ovaries, no uterus, no other things like that, you are now, I mean, look, if you want to, you're man, but I mean, if you want to reassign everything, it shouldn't have any middle ground. It's going to be this, or is it like, if we're going to call women men now, and then men women, all right, that's across the board. Everybody that designed this certain way is this.
Yeah, we need a baseline on this shit. It's too fluid.
Because we're just gonna confuse a whole generation or many generations to come.
It's so confusing. This is the main. Me and my daughter have this reoccurring. This is the main thing we argue about, is the transgender thing. You know what I'm saying? Man's a man's, a woman's a woman. Like, I mean, and it makes me sad that we have to even have this argument. Why are we? How did we get here?
It has to. It's because of the training that they're going through in schools. They have to. See, the thing about the generation that's coming up now, like, they're more sensitive to a lot of what people's feelings. Where when we were growing up, like fuck your feelings, get your ass up and go. Like this is life. You're gonna you're gonna go through different things you like and things you don't dislike, but still in all is life. But because they're able to direct the narrative to the minds and have them to feel for people instead of just being direct. All right, you know what, you're wrong on this one and let's move on. It has to be okay, well, your feelings does matter. And like, look, if you if you want to feel like if you feel like you're a woman, all right, go ahead, dress up in drag, do whatever, but don't go and try to change everybody's life because you're confused. I respect people. I respect people like look, they're gay and they like that's the lifestyle they live. They're upfront and straight out about it. Much respect. But when you got somebody that's like got to go through the whole process of well, I feel like this, so everybody else needs to feel like this too and believe how whatever's going on in my mind, I need y'all to adapt to that.
And you
disrespected
disrespected my intelligence with that bullshit. And that's what I say. So that's why I can't accept it, because now you intruding on my mental. I'm not going to do that. Let me read Doc's comment. He says, I respect Caitlyn as a biological man, outwardly presenting as a woman, and have no problem with her. Look at him respecting the pronoun. What do they call it? Pronouns. She only gained my respect when she came out against the transgender athletes. Look at Doc respecting the pronouns or whatever you call it. And then, but then look at this comment. He says, but if she get another Wheaties box, will it be labeled now without nuts?
No, because he won't give them up.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I don't think he's ever, and he's not. I think he's came out and said that he's not planning on actually doing the.
Yeah, I mean, you can't dress up like a woman. You can't just dress up like a woman and now just want everybody to, be all like, okay, oh yes, this is the greatest woman now. Like this, like out of all the real women who's actually fought women fights and had 12 periods every year all of their lives, going through the struggles of like all of the hormone imbalances and this, that, and the other, that now I got to give you ultimate respect and shit on women who actually are women. Like, man,
that's so like, that's why the women should be mad about this. They should be, but they got them so brainwashed that they are standing on this shit because they mixing it in with the feminism. This ain't no feminism. Like LGBTQ is not on the same team with y'all.
No, but what's funny, because I mean, heterosexuals are not involved. If you're a LGBT female, then like for whatever reason, even though like they might have some reservations about it, they're not gonna say anything because their ultimate goal, is worth more to them than the whole, like
right.
how it affects the world. What I'm saying? What they're trying to achieve from it all is, means more to them than
that's that selfishness that goes that ego, that goes that only care about me,
but
psychotic, sociopathic. A lot of them are sociopaths.
No, you know what's going to eventually happen? A so-called woman, a biological male, is going to take over the feminist movement.
I can see it. It'll happen soon. Let me read this. Damn, it's probably already happening. There's a guy out there. We just gave him the idea. It's your fault, Pat. He gonna say I was inspired by this video I saw. let me read this. It says,
Do
okay,
it,
the
do it.
full,
We need all this stuff to be totally torn down, trashed, and
so
just have it
as
where it's just
ridiculous as possible,
irrefutable.
because
Yeah, it needs to be irrefutable at to some point.
because Black Lives Matter has gotten to the point where it's all the way a joke now. Let me read Doc's comment. He says the full surgery is gonzo crazy and seriously dangerous. So if you want to be a woman, then shit, nigga, you can't be half dipping my toe. I'm gonna dip my toe
Nobody's telling
in
them.
and see how warm
Bro,
it is.
Doc, look, and you know, I appreciate your compassion with this, and you know, your support for other human beings, and you know, all that's cool, bro. But at the same time, nobody's telling them they can't feel the way they feel. Like nobody's telling you that you can't dress up in stockings and dresses and you know high heels,
Go ahead and do
whatever.
that, but don't call
Go and
yourself a woman. You're a dude in a
don't
dress.
don't try to change laws of nature.
Let me read it. He says it's a big decision and many hesitate to do the full transition. I think Caitlyn is full of fucking shit, and it's all like a part of, because the Kardashians are all about that. So like it's just another, man. I think it's just smart. I think he's playing the game and he's winning. Cause from what I hear, he still fuck bitches. Let me read this. It says, Pat, this is the way a whole show or two can be done on this. Yes, that's why I say we probably need to. What was it? What started this off, anyways? Because I said I was thinking. It was that one comment he made.
Doc made the comment of the, and he said like, yeah, that because it was the family, like the.
Oh yeah, that. We gotta. I need to make a note on that. Let me make a note. It was I can't find the comment now, but he was saying what did he say? He said that it, you know, that they created the family. Damn it, what was the comment?
Nuclear.
Because I'm tired. Yeah, I was talking about the nuclear family, but I really want that what he said. He really said it really well. Fuck. Did you write it again? No, he didn't. Oklahoma, white babies, abortions, defects.
Somebody,
hold on.
Look, there was a immigrant.
I found it.
Guy that was on my TikTok, and he's saying the reason why the world is so screwed up is because black men won't stand up and do their job on earth.
And you could probably say, take care, get the black woman in order.
Well, I mean, you know, that's the I mean, what comes first? Because the man provides order.
Right.
In any household.
It's always going to be the chaos. So, and so you got to create that order. And she needs that for her balance. Even though she's going to bring it back to the chaos.
There you go. I reposted it.
Okay, I got it now. I found it. I'm writing it as we talk. Because
like,
I think
like they're saying the and specifically the black man in America is the reason why, you know, not standing up is why the rest of the world is in chaos. Now, I mean, how factual that is, you know, that's, I mean, of course, that's somewhat debate, but you know, it's definitely something to consider because, like, the more we've getting out of order, the more the world, it seems to be going crazier. You know, so I don't know. Like, it's just, that's something I think that might need to be debated in some platform or another. So I don't know.
Yeah, we could come back to that.
I don't know if
I
that's
think,
really our. I don't know if that's something that we'll be able to give true benefit to on this platform. But I mean, even if it's
but
just
yeah, we'd have to be careful. But but you can always, what I always do is back it up. If you could back it up to the overall idea of, like we were talking about Atlantis, and I think and in the ancient Egypt, like the old Egypt or the Egypt of the West. And so I think that the
which is the first Egypt.
Americas was the ones who was bringing balance to the global society back then, and I think that for things to get back in balance, it would have to be the Americas again. And I'm not talking about the United States.
No, I know, like the actual. I get it.
Yeah.
But something. So, I mean, I'm like this. Like, we gotta keep trying different things until we figure it out. I mean, if we're really truly trying to get to the bottom of this, trying to find a solution, we need to explore all the different avenues, and
And I think the Native Americans, I think that's where your answers are. The Aboriginal Americans. I've been saying this for the longest.
not the natives, because it's very specific. They're different.
Yeah.
Those terms are different for a reason. So
Yeah.
those are not the same people.
Yeah, you know how
Native,
me and my synonyms.
Aboriginal Americans and Native Americans are two totally different people.
Yeah. Well, let's wrap it on that, y'all. Peace and love. It's almost 6 a.m. Thank y'all for joining. We'll be back next week. The decline of America can be tied to the destruction of the nuclear family, but another argument was the family an invention of the powers that be in the first place? I want to explore that next week and break it up. That we could probably take all week.
Oh shit! All right, shit. You probably gonna have a woke Pat all week next week.
Yeah. Yeah. So we could look at some.
Oh,
histories.
I'm going home next weekend.
Yeah.
Our powwow is next weekend. Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up, man.
I'm still finding time to come on and do this.
Cool. And Doc, don't forget, send us a video or articles or both on that topic that you was talking about, and so we can take a look at that during the week. Then we can have something to talk about when we get on the show about it. Because I can't make comments on it. I really don't know. Anyways, peace and love. Y'all have a good night. Get y'all some rest. We'll be back next week. I think we had a good show tonight.
Me too. All right, y'all. Deuces. Hand on